Hello, good evening, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well out there. We're going to have a really interesting conversation again, as per usual. This time, we're going to talk to my friend Alejandro. We know each other from Facebook on Facebook group Fight on the Fence. We've had a lot of conversations and debates and back and forth, but tonight we're just going to kind of explore the epistemology of Alejandro's beliefs. For me, the goal of the show here is to encourage healthy skepticism in as many people as I can. The reason for this goal is connected to the fact that society, like myself, my children, you, your children, we all live in a world made up of people who have certain values and beliefs, and these values and beliefs are reflected in the society and culture that we live in. So if these values and beliefs are in fact informed by people that make up these societies, it seems that these beliefs and values should be arrived at using the most effective tools and methods possible to arrive at them. This is my contribution, myself and Katie, to that end goal. So with all that being said, how you doing, Alejandro? How's it going tonight?
I'm doing well, and I'd like to comment that I've known you for a while, and I wanted to make a point that you're one of the more measured characters that I know on Facebook. You know, you do take the time to actually consider what's being said, and I wanted to appreciate that. I wanted to show you that I recognize that you do that, and that's a really great quality you have.
Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. That's definitely my goal. I don't want to be a jerk or an asshole.
Mm,
Sometimes I can't help it, but I try.
well,
So
you do a good job.
thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So I just want to get right into it, man. Can you tell the audience about a little bit about yourself? Like, you're a theist. How did
Mhm.
you arrive at being a theist? What's your background in that?
Well, I started off a Catholic. I'm a very good Catholic, but I kept trying to figure it out and make sense of it, and it was really, really challenging. It's got a 2,000-year tradition, and then of course we get into philosophy, and a lot of medieval philosophy seems like it's trying to make sense of Christianity. So I was kept digging for the deeper answers, and I think really what I was looking for was just a perfect conception of God. I've explored all kinds of different religions, um, read about them and everything. And
Hmm.
one day I sat down and I started with a blank sheet of paper. And when I was done, I'd independently verified Zoroastrianism. I said, okay, God is perfectly just. God gives us, so where does evil come from? Like, well, obviously, we choose to do good or we choose not to do good. And things went from there. Now, as far as how I got into apologetics, that's a road to Damascus moment. I was on Facebook, doing my political thing, and one day I saw a Christian being bullied by an atheist. And as someone with an extensive background in philosophy, I mean, I was like, I really don't care for the Christian. I'm not on his side. And I didn't have anything really against the atheist, but his arguments were so bad. I was like, and he was beating this kid up. And so I was like, why don't you pick on someone your own size?
Hmm.
And so that's when the voice from heaven came down and said, you work for me now. And I've been involved in apologetics ever since. A lot of the talking points that come up are ones that I've authored. The argument from contingency, that was my baby. Uh, um, the argument from moral truth, that was also mine. A lot of other stuff that I just let out there so that people can know and understand the truth.
Hmm.
And I know that's a big claim, and we can get into that. But for now, I wanted to get into the idea of atheism as a worldview.
Hmm.
And I personally have an enormously difficult time when I talk to a lot of atheists online and sometimes in person, where they just, oh, atheism isn't a worldview. It's like what bald is to a haircut. And even on a most basic level, y'all believe the same thing. Now, and that's another point that comes up. Is, well, we don't all believe the same thing. I go, okay, that's just destroying knowledge. if I say police are about law enforcement, I'm sure you can find a few examples where they're not about law enforcement, but that.
Uh-oh, we dropped sound.
Your audio's dropped. Oh, and the video's dropped. Oh,
We'll call back in.
he's still here in the background by the looks of it. I think.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
But we haven't got video.
Okay, so where's the video?
You may see in the bottom where it says video input, just select your camera that you have. If it's internal or external, you can check it. There you go.
We
You
have
see it.
video back.
Up where we did. There you go.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you see me?
Can see you too.
We
Yes,
can see
sir.
you now, yes.
I can't see myself. Can you see me?
Yep, we can
Yes.
still see you.
We can hear you and see you.
Okay, well, I don't see myself. Well, I can't see myself,
Okay.
so I'll just go for it.
So yeah, so you were saying that
So where was I?
Yeah,
I was
about
talking
atheist worldview.
Yes, yes. So police. Okay, so yeah, atheism is a worldview. The even on a more general level, we can agree that police are generally about law enforcement. And so why would a group of people who all share the same name, they all have the same symbols, they listen to the same people, why would they adamantly reject the idea that there's anything unifying about them? What if we're honestly pursuing the truth, what's the motivation?
Yeah, it could be that, and I've heard this, and maybe you could answer or tell me what you think about this answer. A lot of theists will say that, the one thing that combines theists is the belief in a god or gods. Now, the differences could be what God we're talking about, what religion, what path you take in your theism. But there is a common denominator there. That common denominator is the belief in God. Everything else can be different. Like they can vote differently. They can be part of a different political organization. They can have feelings about abortion, other issues. And I would think, or at least I've heard the atheists will say, well, it's the same thing. Atheism is like theism in that case. There's a lot of different atheists, any group is made up of human beings, obviously. So they're going to have different views on different things. But I know what you mean. A lot of atheists tend to be progressive in their politics. They tend to be a little bit for certain things, against certain things. It just happens to fall out that way. I think there may be psychological reasons for that. For me personally, I can say that I differ with a lot of atheists that I spoke to on political matters, on different topics. I'm not a vegetarian, but a lot of atheists are vegetarians, right? A lot of atheists are Democrats. I'm not a Democrat, right? So there's differences in that perspective. But so maybe what they mean by worldview is this all-encompassing view. But how do you define a worldview, by the way?
I would just like to jump in as well quickly and say that for a majority of atheists, when we're talking about a worldview, we're not talking about atheism. We're talking about usually we're talking about secular humanism, and that is what a lot of us would say our worldview is. Not all of us, but that's what a lot of us would say.
Correct. But how would you define worldview, Alejandro?
Worldview is your base assumptions. Better yet, it's what is informed by your base assumptions. Now, with regards to the points that you've just said, atheism is very much a package deal. There are things that go with atheism. For example, subjective morality. you'll find broad consensus amongst atheists that morality is subjective. That right and wrong is a social construct. But if you're saying, well, does atheism include subjective morality? They'll say no. And I'm like, can you reconcile atheism with objective morality? Well, no. Okay, so you believe it's subjective. You believe that that is the only way it could be, but that has no connection to you being an atheist. Correct. Where do I go from that with that? How do I
I do actually have a friend who has argued for objective morality, and he is an atheist. There is atheists out there who are able to argue for objective morality. And usually when we're talking about a worldview, everyone who is of that class needs to have that same view for it to be viewed as a worldview. And we don't see that with atheism. There is many differing views within.
Are you familiar with a person named T-Jump? He's pretty popular YouTube.
No, I'm afraid I'm not.
Okay, T-Jump is an atheist. He's very popular on YouTube for arguing with or debating with theists. That's his thing, right? And he argues for objective morality, right? And so I would invite you to take a look at him too. That there's a growing number, but I don't disagree with you. There is a large number that in my own personal experience of atheists that believe that morality is subjective. But most philosophers, though, it's kind of interesting. Most philosophers, if you go to the what is the Pew Papers, Phil Papers, most philosophers are atheists, modern philosophers, that is. But these modern philosophers are also objective realists. So they believe in objective morality. So it's just interesting to see how that plays out. But what would change your mind in that belief that atheism is a package deal? What could change your mind?
Well, let me go ahead and address the point that's already on the table, and that is people can disagree. If you want to go to the Christian paradigm, majority of Christians believe that we have free will, but there are Calvinists out there who believe there is no free will. Now, there's a couple of possibilities. Okay, a couple of possibility. Number one is one party is wrong, or even both parties are wrong. Okay, if there's multiple answers, but let's say the question of free will. All right, so Christians, okay, most of them believe in free will, and the people who don't, they're wrong. Now, again, we can get into the argument, but let's just say that's a possibility, is that the atheists who believe in subjective morality are correct within the paradigm of atheism. Okay. The other possibility is that, hang on, is that one party is wrong. Yeah, really, that's the only one. Or they just haven't considered the question. But as far as what would change my mind, it would take a good argument. You'd need to define a way that says, okay, I am objective morality, exists, and nothing about that defined feature, objective morality, contradicts atheism. Now, we can get into that if you like, but once again, it's the main point is that you have a consensus. You have a consensus that, if there is no God, subjective morality is a social construct. What's another feature? Plurality of atheists, majority says there's no free will. Okay, these are big points. Okay, this goes all the way back to my college philosophy professor. If there's no free will, you got all kinds of things that go with it. Guilt and innocence goes out the door, true and false goes out the door, right and wrong go out the door. And that was the problem that my philosophy professor, my first philosophy professor, wrestled with in his office hours. he struggled, and the thing is, back in the 90s, it was perfectly plausible to believe that someone smarter than I would come around and solve the problem. That eventually atheism would be reconciled with free will, but things are lining up in the opposite direction.
Let me
If
ask you
there is
this.
no God.
Yeah, sure. Let me just jump in real quick. You said it's like a huge problem. Would you say that that's part of what makes you a theist? The fact that atheism doesn't account for objective morals and free will? Do you think those are two main things, strikes against atheism, that gets you to theism? Do you think those are main spokes in your tire that support your tire of belief?
Those are huge. Those are huge.
Are they fundamental though?
Philosophical.
Are they fundamental?
Well, it goes back to package deal. Yeah, I'd say they're fundamental. If you don't have free will, game over. But the board's on fire, go home. It's done.
Okay.
Philosophy is just mental masturbation at that point.
Okay. So let me ask you this then, as a follow-up to that. If for some reason atheists, or if the scientific community found out that there is free will, that it's a thing, they found out that objective morality is sound. Most philosophers already believe that objective morality is true, and they're atheists, by the way. But let's say most atheists across the board accepted those two things that are fundamental in your view. Would that lower your confidence in theism at all?
The problem is that I've gone down that road, okay? And
I'm just saying hypothetically, not saying that it's happened. I'm just asking hypothetically, would it change your confidence level at all if most theists could account for objective morality and free will?
If you do that, it's natural. The paradigm is naturally going to include belief in God.
I'm saying hypothetically. I'm not arguing. I understand. I'm just saying that hypothetically, if it could be shown that there's some unknown natural property that could account for free will and objective morality, right? There's just some quantum particle or some other natural feature of the world that we decided, hey, this proves free will. Like there's an experiment out now called the Bell's theorem that's closed the free will loophole, which actually shows free will existing in the universe. And it's all because of natural quantum randomness. Let's say that there was a big consensus among atheism that this was true. Would that change your confidence? That's what I'm asking. Not necessarily that it is true, but just asking if it could be known to you, 100% known to you, that there's a natural explanation, not a God, but a natural explanation for morality and for free will. Would that change your confidence?
I'm trying to think of how that would even happen conceptually.
Don't worry about how. It can't right now. So that's beside the point. It's just a hypothetical.
That's the whole. I mean, that's like saying hypothetically, if I found a curved straight line.
Like for me, let me give you an example.
I'm trying to figure.
Let me give you an example. For me, if it could be shown to me, to my mind, 100%, that God existed and that that free will existed and it was because of God and all of this, if it could be shown to me 100%, I would definitely change my confidence. I would lower my confidence in atheism by quite a bit. And in fact, probably all the way down. So because hypothetically, it makes logical sense to me. If I can know, and by definition know entails that it's true to me, then obviously the answer is going to be yes. It's going to lower my confidence that atheism is true. I'm just wondering, do you have any markers that would lower your confidence that theism was true in the same way?
I've gone over the whole thing several different times, several different ways, and it all leads back to the same thing. I really don't think it's possible that there could be free will in a materialistic paradigm. Now, I believe I may have heard of that example, and that really breaks down to I don't know what natural forces are making my decisions for me. Therefore, natural forces aren't making the decisions for me, which is it's not true. I mean, it's not. You're either guided by reason or you're not. You're either guided by reason or you're guided by natural forces. And
But I'm saying
if you're
if
going to
you
say
knew,
I'm guided by natural,
yeah, if you knew that you were guided by natural forces, would that change your confidence if you knew it?
if I knew, then I'd know that I have no free will.
Well, let's say,
that's
well, let's
self-refuting.
no, I'm sorry. I don't mean to say that you know that there's no free will. I mean, if you knew that there was a natural accounting for free will and it made 100% sense to you, would that change your confidence in any way? There's no wrong answer. It's just, I'm just trying to figure it out.
Well, I know what you're doing. You're trying, the thing is, I see this conversation, you're like, oh, well, if I say no, you're going to think to yourself, I'm a fanatic, I'm not going to change my position no matter what. On the other hand, if I say yes, then there's the, then but so for me to make a decision on this, I'd really need to know what sort of, hypothesis, because I mean, really, it's sounding like if I could prove to you 2 + 2 = 5, 100%, would that lower your confidence in mathematics?
It would.
And my
So
brain is like,
I don't see how it's possible. I understand what you mean, but the point of the question really is just to say that, yeah, if you answered like no, it wouldn't change my position. All that really proves to me is that that's not really the fundamental reason you're a theist. That's basically what that means to me. It would mean that that's not important, because if it could be shown that free will exists naturally and that morality could be shown naturally, that has nothing to do with God. That just has to do, it's like, there could be someone that says, well, in my belief on God, there is no gravity. God pushes people to the ground. That's what my theistic belief is. And then I could say, well, if it could be shown to you, and I've had this conversation, by the way, I said, but if it could be shown to you that there's a natural reason for gravity being true and that there is no God pushing you to the ground, and he said, if you could show me that, it wouldn't make a difference, because I would just say that that's just the way God that's the way God pushes you down, is through this thing called gravity, this natural force. So what I've learned from that conversation is that gravity really isn't a fundamental reason he believes in God. Like his denial of gravity, that has nothing to do with his belief. He says it is, but it's really not, because if you press him on it and you say, if it could be shown to you 100% that gravity is true and there is no God, you knew that 100%, he would say, wouldn't make a difference. So that just tells me that's not the reason he believes in theism. All I'm trying to find out is what is a fundamental reason that connects the dot to your theism. That's all. But Katie, I'm sorry, I think I cut it.
Okay. I was just wanting to interject quickly, because you seem to, I mean, it was just a hypothetical that Scott was asking, and you seem to be having trouble even considering it as a possibility. Is there anything in particular that you can think of that may be obstructing you from even considering it as a possibility?
As far as naturalism and free will, as far as atheism and free will, is that what I have trouble with? Is that what we're pointing?
Like, I think what Katie's asking is that hypothetical that I gave you. Like, if it could be shown to you to 100% to your satisfaction that free will and and objective morality did exist, but by natural means, would that change your confidence in your theism in any way?
Well, the problem is, then that just kicks down to the teleological argument. Okay, I mean, if you were to say, okay, I have shown you naturally how, well, this is a conversation I wanted to have, I'm gearing up to have, I'll spoil it then. Okay, there are a lot of people that are saying, well, the foundation for morality is human well-being, the Sam Harris argument. And I'm like, okay, well, if I grant that point, let's just say that human well-being is the fundamental, okay? Then that throws it right back. That just strengthens the teleological argument, because that means God wrote into the physical universe the moral code.
Okay,
and I'm completely comfortable with that.
Perfect answer. That's what I was trying to get with you. So basically we can say that those aren't fundamentals, because even if it could be explained away naturally, it's just going to kick the can down the road to the teleological argument even stronger. That's a good answer. That's exactly what I'm trying to get at, is that, so would you say the teleological argument is more of the fundamental reason you're a theist then?
Well, goes back to what my original point, that's all a package deal, and it really boils down to whether you believe in God or not. That's the starting point. Okay?
What do you mean?
If the starting point is whether you believe in God or not. That's so you're basically strengthening my argument. You're saying, okay, so if I prove to you that it's a natural phenomenon, like, okay, well, that strengthens the teleological argument. And I'm like, okay, so what if I can prove to you that life coming from non-life, a universe coming from nothing, is physically ordained? I'm like, well, that just points to the power of God. It's the fundamental starting point is whether or not you believe in God. That's the starting point.
Okay,
and
so
we can, and
really,
the
there's
everything kind of, and this is,
so there's basically really no arguments for naturalism that can discount God for you in your mind, and that's fine. That's what I'm trying to get at, because a lot of people would say, well, if evolution was ever proven true, then God goes out the window. God can't exist if evolution is true. And then I'll ask the question, well, what if you could be convinced to your satisfaction, to a very high degree of certainty, that evolution happened? Would that change your position for God? And then they think about it, and then they kind of say what you say. They'll say, well, and if that really happened, if someone could actually show me that evolution was true and prove to me, that all that would tell me is that God works through evolution. So no matter what their seeming problems with the natural world is, you can always kick it down the road, like you say, to a more fundamental level of belief. Basically, I think what it sounds like, and tell me if I'm wrong, it sounds like your belief is because it makes sense to you. It makes more sense to you, rather than there being any sort of evidence for or against either position. It seems like there's really just, it makes a lot of sense in your mind that there must be a God, because naturalism wouldn't make sense. Is that fair to say?
I would say that whenever I look at the big problems, the big issues, there's two ways of looking at it, and that's Zoroastrianism. There's two ways. Either we have free will or we don't. Either God exists or God does not. Either morality is true, objective, real, or it's whatever we say it is. Now, to get to your point, okay, so let's say morality is objective. Okay, that's what we're getting to. I got some atheists going, oh, it's human well-being, it's human well-being. I'm like, okay, so how do you explain that in an atheistic paradigm?
Okay. if they couldn't explain it, does that make your beliefs true? Does that alone make Zoroastrianism true?
I would also like to just ask quickly
Zoroastrianism
there as
accounts
well. What do you mean
Sure.
by atheistic paradigm?
That rejection of God and everything that goes with it.
Okay.
Continue.
Okay, so, for example, free will. Okay.
But there's other
example,
atheists that
free will.
believe in free will. Are you saying they're not real atheists,
Okay.
maybe?
Well, there's cognitive dissonance, and that's, of course, just like the Christian Calvinist who says, "Oh, I believe in God and I don't believe in free will." Well, how does God judge you then? If you had no choice but to run through the stop sign, how can God punish you for running through the stop sign? That's completely arbitrary. And that arbitrary God contradicts the definition of God, which is perfectly just. So why would a perfectly just God arbitrarily send some people to heaven, some people to hell? Why would a perfectly good, perfectly rational, perfectly just God, give some people a good life for no reason and give some people a bad life for no reason? That contradicts the definition of God. So we have to reject Calvinism, as a branch of theism.
Okay.
So with atheism, you got to go, okay, so I don't believe in a God, but I believe in free will. Okay, well, you're going to have to say, how does free will exist in a materialistic paradigm? And that gets into the hard problem of consciousness. And again, there's two ways it goes. Either consciousness is to the brain what pumping blood is to the heart. Okay, so that consciousness is a byproduct of physical forces. Or consciousness is to the brain what sound is to the ear. The brain receives consciousness.
Okay.
Now, you can't have a receiving brain, in a purely materialistic universe. It's just you're saying consciousness. Oh no.
Why do you say that?
It doesn't work, because then you're saying that the consciousness would not be a physical phenomenon. You're saying that consciousness is not a physical phenomenon, and that throws the door wide open to a self-aware God.
Could there be a universe where consciousness is a different sort of property than material property, and it all be natural without God? Is that possible?
No. And this is a very simple thought exercise called the ship of Theseus, where we look at a person. Let's take you, me, anyone listening, anyone watching, and we say, okay, who you were when you were 10 years old is 100% different from who you are now. Every cell in your body is different. Your thoughts are different. Your personality is different. You look different. So what is continuity of self? Continuity of self is not a physical phenomenon. It can't be a physical phenomenon because who you are changes moment to moment. So what's the real you?
In Buddhism?
Either it is abstract, non-physical.
I was going to say, I agree with you. In Buddhism, the self is an abstraction, not a physical thing. Yet Buddhism does not have gods. At least secular Buddhism is more atheistic. And I was just talking to a secular Buddhist on, what day was that? I think it was Tuesday. I was on their radio show or YouTube channel. I'm sorry. And she was talking about secular Buddhism and how, the ship of Theseus, the identity theory, kind of shows that the self is an abstraction, You know, it's a narrative that we kind of conjure up based on our memories of who we are and what we've been told and what, you know, stuff like that. And that it's not necessarily a thing, right? So, but they're atheists. How do you solve that?
I've always held that atheism is a denomination of Buddhism.
Mm-hmm.
I've known that for years. Nirvana is simply realizing what I just said. The concept of self cannot be reconciled with a materialistic paradigm.
Correct.
There's no real you, you know. And when you die, that's it. Guess what? That's atheism.
Well, I'm an atheist, but I'm not a materialist either, right?
Okay.
So I don't believe in philosophical materialism. So I'm right with you with the self and the abstractions being a different sort of quality, like than the physical matter. And you know, we can go into quantum mechanics, we can go into mathematics, we can all of these things. But I would agree with you on that. But I would just push back and say, how do you reconcile atheists who are sure in their atheism with the fact that they're not materialists? That's kind of weird. How would you reconcile that?
I've known a few who, you know, for example, we have, let's take an example, a right-wing atheist, okay? The two do not go together. So one of them isn't real, and being a Zoroastrian, I go by the evidence, and the evidence is what they do. So you got someone who says, well, I believe in justice, I believe in free will, you know, I believe in innocent until proven guilty, etc., etc., etc. The right to self-defense, but I'm an atheist. Well, you know, how do you square that? Now, I don't really push these guys because I don't want them to, like, you know, get mad. But the question is, how do you reconcile it? How do you say, I believe in innocent until proven guilty, if you're an atheist, and as an atheist, you can't reconcile free will. If you don't have free will, there's no guilt or innocence. You know, like I said, you didn't choose to run through the red light. You didn't choose to not put the milk away. These things were just ordained from the beginning of time. You know, so the whole idea of justice just poof.
Can I give you an idea? I'll give you a little hint, at least from my point of view. I know other people may argue differently, but I would say that, like, I'm more of I feel like right and wrong and morality is subjective myself, right?
Right.
But I think that the reason why laws work and that I go along with, you know, I agree with laws and I agree with punishment and I agree with stopping things, because I want to live in a world where I'm not stolen from, you know, killed, murdered, raped, you know, all of this. I don't want that happening to me or my loved ones. So obviously, out of selfish reasons, I'm going to support a society that would support my goals, my personal goal, my subjective goals. I don't want harm to myself. Therefore, it kind of behooves me to protect other people, because it creates the world that I want to live in, that my goals are compatible
social
with. Right?
Contract theory.
Social contract theory, exactly. That's part of it. So that is one thing that I would put out there as far as that. Now,
okay, can I address that?
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay. All right. The first thing is, I mentioned that earlier. We are discovering that morality is not subjective. Now, if morality was truly subjective, okay, which atheism obliges, grant me, then the civilization over here that says murder is great will do more or less as well as the civilization over here which says murder is wrong. The civilization over here which says what you earn you keep, you know, what's yours is yours, is going to do just as well as a civilization over here that says what's yours is mine.
Are you sure?
Now, yeah, that's subjective morality. Says it's
Can you give
not
me
a
an
consequential
example?
decision.
Not to cut you off, but can you give me an example of a country that allows murder and rape and things like that are doing well?
That's the whole point. They're not doing well.
Right. So that's
You
the reason that I would support countries that don't, allow for those things, because they don't do well. And I thought you said that they
right.
can do just as well as.
No, if morality was subjective, the expected outcome would be they would do just as well. So, for example, let's take as subjective a decision as we can possibly get. Okay, does pineapple go on pizza? Let's just give that. Or which is better, chunky peanut butter or smooth? Okay, pure. Let's just grant, for the sake of conversation, that these are purely subjective decisions. Okay, so we're going to take population over here, which says smooth creamy peanut butter is the best. And we'll take this population over here, which says chunky peanut butter is the best. Now, if we compensate for everything, population A is going to do just as well as population B. Same thing with pineapple on pizza. You got one group over here that says pineapple definitely goes on pizza. Heck, that's a religious sacrament for us. And we've got a population over here that says, oh no, pineapple on pizza utterly forgiven. None of us can eat that. If we compensate for all the variables, what we're going to find is that those two populations are going to do more or less the same. But when we get into moral decisions, the social contract, like you just said, a lot of those values, we find that the civilizations that value human life, civilizations that value property rights, civilizations that reward the good and punish the bad, those are the ones that are thriving.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying that the objective that you're grounding the morality in is the natural way that people want to be treated. Like, it's just an objective fact that most people, a normalcy would be that people don't want to be murdered, people don't want to be raped, people don't want to be stolen from. That's a normal, natural tendency of humans. So in that sense, I agree with you. I would say that, yeah, if that's how you're defining objective fact, you're grounding it in that naturalistic sort. Because, I don't know if you know, I mean, I describe myself as an agnostic atheist, but that's in reference to other gods and other religions, all of them that I know of. But I'm basically a naturalistic pantheist. So my pantheism, my naturalistic pantheism, is to say that everything that a god can account for, or that's claimed gods account for, naturalism can do the same thing, right? So if you were to say that there's an objective morality and you need God, and it's proven because we see that people across the board in a normal quantifier would say that they don't want to be raped, they don't want to be murdered, they don't want all of these things, I would say that, yeah, that's naturally the case. And that's why I'm a naturalist, because naturalism accounts for that objective fact. It's just an objective fact. Now, I know that you may kick the can down the road and say, well, it's a natural effect because God has affected people. God created people to have this inner, morality, or inner objective morality. That's theism.
Given all of the things that Alejandro mentioned there, I would actually agree that it is that is an effect, that this morality is an effect. But I would differ on the source of the effect, the cause of it. I would say it was an evolutionary effect.
Right.
The evolutionary tendency that we all want to survive, and that we have to survive, and we have to do whatever it takes to survive. Then all of the things Alejandro mentioned there would fall equally under an evolutionary evolution as the cause, as it would as for God as the cause.
Well, there's a couple of problems there. Number one, you're arguing biological determinism. Number two, I'm bigger and stronger than you, and I have more friends. This is a Jordan Peterson point. This is something I've known for years. I'm bigger and stronger than you, and I have more friends. There, if you want to say survival is the goal, the evolutionary output, then if I can lie to you and get away with it, heck, there's nothing irrational about that.
True.
You know, I mean, Nietzsche figured this out 150 years ago. You know, if I can keep people as slaves, you know, and be that much better off, what's stopping me? I mean, you know,
Let
the
me
thing
ask you
is
a
that
question.
morality. Sure.
Let me ask you a question, just to push back on that a little bit. Do you think that societies would thrive if we didn't have social rules and regulations? Like, do you think that we would get along as a species if we just raped raped other people's wives and husbands, or, you know, we just did whatever we wanted? Do you think that societies and us as a species would survive as long as we have? In other words, do you think that maybe it's not really the strength and the overpowering that causes us to survive as a species? Dominating each other isn't what gets us where we are. Maybe what gets us where we are as well is adaptability, like being social animals, being able to get along with each other and figure out ways to communicate and compromise. You think that's possible?
That's the whole Civil War. For the overwhelming majority of human history, I'm talking about human history from the dawn of us as a species up until a couple hundred years ago, maybe, it was might makes right. That's just the way it was. There, you know, you talk about civilization, the plantation owners got along just fine. Okay, they did very well in their nice big mansions, you know, with a vast slave populations. You know, Brazil.
Why did
you take that up a few?
Why did we give up?
Yes, but they didn't do very well when the slaves revolted, and eventually it all came crashing down on top of their heads.
No,
why do you think we
revolt? No.
Why do you think we ended
slavery?
That's
just historically ignorant.
Why do you think
ended slavery? Because it's the right thing to do.
Why would we do the right thing?
It was all Christianity.
Another argument could be
Zoroastrians never had slaves, but
was going against human well-being.
Thus,
thus it was the right thing to do. I mean, yes, I agree, it was the right thing to do to stop slavery, but isn't it because it was going against the interests of a large majority of humanity? There was only a very small percentage who were actually benefiting from the slavery thing. Eventually, it was going to come crashing down.
We can well-being. What do you mean it's eventually going to come down? That's the way it was for thousands of years.
Yeah.
The slaves in the South
it came crashing down.
They were rescued.
History is written.
They were rescued. What slave revolt that was successful do you want to talk about?
It was a revolt. It wasn't certain. Maybe the revolt was the wrong word for it, but it was a change in the way that we viewed slavery. That took place over quite, understandably, it took place over hundreds of years. But it was a change which eventually happened, which we now have laws against slavery. So it was centuries long, and I will still use the word revolt because
no.
I'll stand by that.
Okay. All right. That's the whole idea behind communism, socialism. That's just modern slavery. All slavery has done is metamorphosized into one group of people we don't like paying taxes to directly benefit other people for breathing in and out. That's modern slavery. You just renamed it. You know, in America, what is it? You know, the average citizen is 1/3 slave. Like a third.
Well,
if you add it off, was a third of our income.
Well, to be fair, it may be the way you're defining slavery, but it may be a bit offensive to slaves that actually were slaves, like people that actually worked in a field and were beaten daily and starved to death or worked to death or whatever the case may be. I think what we have now is a different economic system in different parts of the world. Some of them work, some of them don't. Like, I don't think that communism works. I think communism is a big fat historic failure. But I don't know if that can be attributed to God, a God belief. Now, I do know that communism likes to get people to stop worshiping God so that they can worship the tyrant or worship the leader like Kim Jong-un or whoever the person is that's the head of the communist country. But that's just another form of religion as far as I see it. That's another way of Kim Jong-un, you know, these are gods. These are man-made gods. So I don't know if, you know, communism failed because of God, or I'm not sure what the point is there, but I guess what I'm just asking, do you think that there could just be just reasons for why slavery isn't practiced a lot today besides God? Like, I don't think that people would say, if God said owning slaves was fine, I would go out and own a slave. I think people that I've talked to anyways generally think that slavery is immoral, right? And that's Christians, that's Jews, that's Muslims. I think most people that I talk to will say slavery is just immoral and it's wrong and it should not be done. And the same with atheists. Most atheists I talk to say that slavery is wrong. You know, why is that the case? Why is there so much consensus there?
That's number one. That's the fashionable thing to say. Okay, that's like women saying, "I like a nice guy."
Perfect.
Okay, all right. You can ask. Well, I think I saw a poll out there that something like 98% of women polled, you know, said they want a nice guy or a helpful guy, something like that. And I think there's even a word. I think it's either the Hawthorne effect or something like that. Yes, you know, atheists are all going to say, "Oh, I think slavery is a terrible idea," but you've got these same atheists saying, "Oh, the rich, he should pay for my college. That rich guy over there, he should pay for my health care." What did he do? What have you done for him? Well, you know, I'm gonna no. Well, society will be better off. We tried it that way. We tried it in Cuba. We tried it in North Korea. We tried it in China. We tried it in Russia. We tried it in Albania,
Venezuela. I mean, the thing about it is, I wouldn't disagree.
Okay.
I would be one of the atheists that would agree 100%. You're preaching to the choir, yet I'm still an atheist. So that's what I don't understand, I guess, from my point of view, is that how do we connect that to belief in? See, here's another problem. I think that maybe that happens a lot is that we get into these no true Scotsman fallacies where we feel like, well, you're not a true atheist unless you do away with free will and you're a Democrat and, you know, you're a vegetarian. And, you know, it's like you want to define into existence what an atheist is supposed to be. Whereas if an atheist describes himself, maybe the usage of the word atheism is just a non-belief in God. Like, I don't believe in God. I don't believe there is a God or no God. I just don't know. I don't know the answer. And therefore my ignorance kind of informs my belief. And so if you don't know something, that's what that's all it is. It's an answer to it's a single answer to a single claim, as I like to put it. That, you know, for me anyways.
Well, we spent the last hour. We spent the last hour going over it. Now, we go over how these qualities are linked, how these different systems all bounce back on each other fractally. So, for example, basic thing, free will. That's why I said it was a big one. Okay, if you're an atheist, okay, if someone is an atheist and they are a true atheist, going back to the no true Scotsman, okay, there needs to be a coherent, you know, expression of free will. Like, okay, this shows that my decision is purely rational and not just a justification. it's not just something I'm saying. You know, this is free will right here. I know that my decisions are logical for this reason. Or at the very least, you need to be able to say, well, free will is this over here, atheism is over here, and they don't touch. But in the absence of that, we have to look at the evidence. The evidence is that, you know, you go by a strictly material worldview, or you acknowledge a non-material level of reality.
Something I wanted to ask you though,
And if you acknowledge a non-material,
I'm not sure if this applies to your religious belief or not. Would you say that God's knowledge is perfect?
Yeah.
So God knows everything that's ever going to happen, would you say?
Right. Yes. That's
okay.
True.
So if God knows everything that's going to happen, how does God have free will? Can he do otherwise? Because even if he did otherwise, it seems if his knowledge is perfect, he would know that he was going to do otherwise, right? So how do that's called the omniscience paradox.
The answer is that knowing what's going to happen isn't causing it to happen. Okay, I can check the weather app on my phone, and it says it's going to rain tomorrow, or it says it's going to be sunny tomorrow, but that is
but
not
he knows it's going to happen, right?
I mean, that's not causing.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
I'm not saying knowledge.
He's causing. He knows, right? So if he knows everything that's going to happen, he knows everything that's going to happen.
Right.
Like he knows when he's going to change his mind about things in the future. He knows everything perfectly. How does he have free will?
Right. Because the choosing came first. The choice, and this is one of the big differences between a naturalistic paradigm, a materialistic paradigm, and a theistic paradigm. It's whether the thought comes first or the thought comes last.
So
now,
once he puts the thought in motion, once he thinks first, then it's all determined after that. There's no changing.
It's not determined. That's not the wrong word. Okay, so for example, I know that Monday morning I'll go to work. Let's just throw that out there, okay? I've made that decision. I have made that decision to go to work on Monday morning, okay? I know that. And Monday morning comes, I get up and go to work. The decision came first. And it's the same with God. You know, God knows everything that's happened.
Can he do otherwise?
Happened.
Can he do otherwise though? Can he not go to work? No, I'm just asking, is it possible for God to do otherwise?
God can't be not God. That goes back to the definition of God. Remember, I was telling you that's where I started. You start with the idea of an all-perfect, all-loving, all-knowing, you know, infinitely wise being. Okay? And someone like that is going to be rational. So, let's say, I'm trying to think of an example. So God knows that I'm going to have ice cream tomorrow. Okay? He knows me so well that, you know, I don't know that I'm going to have ice cream tomorrow, but he knows me so well. He knows everything. He's like, yeah, Alex is going to walk by an ice cream store, Ben & Jerry's, or he's going to walk by Cold Stone ice cream. He's going to walk in and he's going to get a sample of ice cream. He knows that. But his knowing that didn't force my hand. It was my decision. His knowing comes second. His knowing is contingent. It's contingent on his knowing as well. His nature. God can't not be God. God, you know, that's the whole.
So he's determined to be. His nature determines who he is. His nature determines his role. Okay, so if that's true,
you can't be you. You can't not be you. Excuse me.
Right. So if God says he's going to do something, he cannot lie. His decision holds true forever, right? So he can't do otherwise. He's limited in that way, right? So he's limited by his nature.
He's limited by his own choice. You know, for example, let's say, for example,
Could he choose not to be God?
No.
Okay, then he's
You know,
limited, right?
He could. I mean, that's like you saying, it's a difference between won't and can't. Okay, so God won't. That's the key difference. So if you say, you know what, I'm going to come to dinner with you tomorrow. You know, I say, okay, let's hang out. You're going to go to dinner and then catch up on old times. And all of a sudden, you know, 20 minutes before we meet, you get a call from this really hot chick, and or you know what, your wife XYZ. Now, you can always choose to blow me off, or you can choose to keep your word. It's up to you. You know, it's the same thing with God. God can, but God won't.
Okay, so God won't. So what you're saying is God chooses things to be determined, I guess, is the only confusing part for me, is that if God cannot do otherwise because of his choice or whatever the case may be, then we're talking about a determined that he determined his choice to be one way, not another way, but one way, right? So if that's the case, then everything else follows from that. So I'm just wondering, how does that solve the omniscience paradox? Because if he knows everything perfectly and he is all knowing and all powerful, then it seems like he's limited to he's limited to himself, which is kind of weird, because then that does away with his free will.
This is a problem that's creeping in from naturalism, and the real equivocation in this issue is the distinction between can't and won't. Okay. Now, for example, let me go ahead and go back to morality so I can illustrate the point. Okay. I am Kim Jong-un. Okay. And this person over here has displeased me, and you know what? I'm just going to have them executed by anti-aircraft cannons. I'm going to put them in a stadium, fire an anti-aircraft cannon, and you know that's going to be really funny. If atheism, there's absolutely no distinction between what I can do and what I choose to do. You know, and that's perfectly rational. If I can get away with, let's say, for example, I'm some sort of supervillain, and I said, you know what, I'm going to walk into the bank and I'm going to take all the cash out of all the tellers. Why wouldn't I? So
well, that goes into another question. You make a good point.
In an atheistic paradigm.
You make a good point. So, if you will, so can you do what you don't want to do?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why would you, like, it seems that doesn't really make sense to me, and I'll tell you why. If I said I want to eat chocolate ice cream, right? But I say I'm not going to do it. I'm going to choose not to do what I want to do because I want to prove a point that I don't have to do what I want to do, or I want to do something. It seems like I'm just replacing one want with another. I mean, at what point do we get down to the real reason? Like, it seems that our wants are always there. Even if I was to kill myself, it would because I wanted to do it for whatever reason, right? And so it seems like we're determined by our wants. Even a naturalist could say, well, even if you weren't even aware of why you killed yourself, maybe you were unconscious and blacked out and you killed yourself. You did something against your will. So either way you look at it, it just seems that we're always enslaved to our wants, even if it's to do what we don't want to do. It's because we just replace that want with another. How do you solve that?
Okay, well, you've beautifully illustrated See, what's wonderful about it is I can see you dipping your toe into what I would call real atheism. Okay, and you said the problem very cleanly. There's no real mechanism for sacrifice, personal sacrifice. Okay, so let's take your example. Okay, you work hard, you choose to forego. You know what? There's nothing saying, I could blow off work. I'm going to call in sick on Monday. You know what? I'm in school. I don't want to do my homework. It's not important. You know, those are all wants. Why would you sacrifice? Why would you say, you know what, guys, I'd love to hang out, but I got to read this book for a test. You know what, sweetie? I totally like to spend the night with you at your house because your parents aren't home. But I gotta be at work that tomorrow morning. Okay, you said why sacrifice? You know what? I got a match coming up. I gotta train hard. You know, yeah, I'd like to hang out on the beach with my friends. Why sacrifice? Why not do what you can do? You know, if I can enslave the Hebrews over there, why shouldn't I enslave the Hebrews? You
The
illustrated that
relationship
point
between want
perfectly.
and need. Because when you need something, then you've got two wants at play. Because if you need something more than you want something, then you're going to want the need more than you are the want. So, for instance, well, I want to hang out with you because I really enjoy hanging out with you. I don't really enjoy work, but I need to go to work because I need to support myself. At this point, you've now got two wants because the need has outweighed the other want.
Yeah, one's your master. You're always
discovered another
I'm sorry, go ahead. We have a little delay.
Yeah, and you've got a whole you've got a whole class of people in America and in the world who are wrestling with that very question. I have a master's degree in advanced basket weaving. I have Chicano studies degree. I have a feminism degree. I have a black studies degree. Why am I not making six figures? You've got people wrestling with that exact question you illustrated, because in a materialistic paradigm, how do you justify it? How do you justify sacrifice?
You know what?
That's it. I mean, for me, that answers sacrifice completely. I mean, you're going to sacrifice a want, that's something that you enjoy, over something that you, with something that you need. You're going to do that because you need it.
Right.
And that's where want and need marry up with each other, and how you can have multiple wants at the same time, and one's going to win out over the other simply because of, well, you need one over the other.
And now you understand God's omniscience. God could do X, Y, and Z, whatever he wanted, but he works. He chooses to study. He chooses to work out. He chooses to honor his promises.
But the thing is that I can explain everything that you're putting down to God's, to God's free will and God's omniscience and all of that. I can explain all of that with materialism, naturalism, and secular humanism. I can explain the whole lot with natural means. So why do I need to put in a supernatural figure to explain what I can explain without the supernatural?
Well, we're explaining what you can't explain without the supernatural. First of all,
I think I can explain everything with the natural. You were saying that I can't explain everything with the with the natural, and that I can only this, and you're even insinuating that there's certain questions that I have that I don't actually have, and that you're not just me, but you're explaining that there's questions that I have and other atheists have that none of us have ever actually even thought about, and that have never been risen in our own minds. You're saying that there's questions that we have, but you've invented the questions.
Where did the universe come from?
Well, of course, there's certain questions that thing, but the thing is that we believe that we will answer it because we have the evidence that every question that has never been answered has always been answered eventually using naturalism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's basic inference. So what I would appeal to with that question and other mysteries like that is naturalism. The reason why, for every question that has ever been answered or been solved up to now has had a naturalistic explanation. So it seems like white goose, white goose, white goose. You know,
And given
it's
what
like
Scott's
basic
just said
inference.
there, what is the probability that God will be the answer for that question, for where the universe came from? What's the probability, given the
100%.
evidence that every single question that has ever been a mystery that we've never had an answer to, given that all of those all came out to be naturalistic means, naturalistic evidence, naturalistic answers, what's the probability that God will be the answer to that one? The actual probability is zero.
100%.
0%. That's the actual.
Yeah, that's the actual based on the
Because
numbers.
we have no evidence that any other question has ever been answered by God being the answer. So given the data and given the question, the probability must be 0.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you know it's not God.
No, it didn't say that. It's just that the evidence so far indicates
Probability.
that everyone,
Oh,
Doesn't
whoa!
mean
He
that.
said 100%. He said 100%. That
Yeah,
means he knows it's not God.
given the data we have, it doesn't rule out God,
right,
because maybe data that we don't have yet. So it doesn't
right.
rule out God. But given the data and given the question, then the probability is 0. So there's no reason for us to start making up data until we have the data. If data comes along and then, the probability goes up above 0% that God is the answer, and of course we will start to move, and to take some, a phrase from your thing, our atheistic paradigm, we will start to move that in favor of God as the data allows. But we don't have that data as of yet.
Okay. Well, you don't think you have that data, but we can go over it if you'd like.
If you've got some data for it, then go ahead.
Is that something you'd
Yeah,
like to
that's
do?
what we need.
Sure. Okay. Let's start off with something very basic. Can you prove the universe exists?
Objectively, yeah, I would say yeah. The universe, everything exists.
I mean, can you satisfy? Okay, so how do you know this?
It's self-evident. I mean, everything that exists. It's a tautology. The universe must exist because I experience it.
Okay.
I exist.
All right, so we've admitted the experiential argument for the existence of God.
You say that one more time.
Well, you're arguing that you know the universe exists because you've experienced it.
I couldn't
Okay.
experience anything if I didn't exist. So there must be. Now, the universe is apparent to me. So this gets back to I know I exist. If I didn't think I exist, then how would I know anything? How could I think anything if I didn't exist? Everything else is an inference. I'll give you that. Like the
wonderful.
universe, the laws of the universe, the way it works. I could be a brain in a vat. True. Solipsism could be true. But I know that I exist, and I can do logic. I can infer things. I can make predictions. I can watch them happen. But I have nothing like that for God, though. But go ahead.
Well, you've tied everything together very neatly. Okay, you've got a belief that you exist. We went over the ship of Theseus, and we understand that you are not a material phenomenon. Okay,
Correct.
so we recognize continuity of self. Continuity of self is not a physical phenomenon, so obviously we have a non-physical phenomenon. So you've admitted that consciousness is not physical. So
That's right.
there's no rational way to say I exist as in any coherent way
Sure you can.
and say God does not exist.
You exist as an abstraction, as we just talked about.
Right.
You
And
exist
God exists as an abstraction.
as an abstraction. So if you exist, you, I, me, this self is an abstraction, then you exist. You have a reality. Now, like I said, beyond that is an inference, but it's a justified inference. And the reason it's justified is because for one thing, we have objectivity, we have other minds, we have other people, we can assume or grant that other minds exist. Now, you'd be perfectly fine to be a solipsist, but it wouldn't get you anywhere. I choose to be more of a naturalist. So I believe that other minds exist. I believe that there is an objective reality out there. At least it seems to be. And so I can go with that. But I don't see yet the God himself. The God seems to be either hidden or non-existent. And I can't tell the difference between the two.
Okay, well, we've acknowledged that you exist. We've acknowledged the abstract exists. So it means, even if you and I didn't exist, even if there was no consciousness in the universe, murder would still be wrong. 1 + 1 would still equal 2. Good would be good, and bad would be bad. So we recognize that these things exist transcendent of the universe.
I would say transcendent of the material being, but not necessarily the universe, because as far as I know, because I don't know that, so I would say that as far as I know, I do things because of being. Things, A is A, right? That's grounded in being. It's not grounded in abstraction. It's grounded in being. A has to be something.
Okay. So you've acknowledged that you exist, abstractions exist. You've acknowledged that you have free will. Okay.
Not really.
So there is.
I don't think he acknowledged that at all. That's not what I heard.
Well, the problem is if you don't acknowledge free will, then logic flies out the window.
So
then we're just left with thoughts.
You're putting words into somebody else's mouth again, because you don't think that he's able to say that, yet he has said that he doesn't agree with free will.
See, I believe that we're determined
in his mouth again, just like you were putting words into all atheist mouths by saying that, by describing our worldview, which we all admit that we don't have one.
Right.
It's not an atheist worldview anyway.
See, it's better to ask people where they stand individually. So like me, I would say, I don't think we have free will, because I can't really explain how that makes sense. And if I can't make sense of it, but I admit I may have free will, but it just doesn't make sense to me. I'll put it to you that way. It isn't coherent. So the thing about that is, so you would say, well, how can you make logical or reasonable estimations, or how can you make any statement that has any sort of value? And the thing I would say is that apparently I'm determined to do reason and to do logic for very logical, reasonable reasons, like survival for a very basic, to get what I want for another. These things work for me. I observe them working for me. And so habitually I continue to do them. But those were determined by the fact that they do work for me. So if I say that, I believe that if I jump off, I'm determined to believe that if I jump off a mountain, I'll die. Well, what determined that statement? That's not a logical statement if I have no free will. Well, I'd say, yes, it is a logical statement, because I've observed people jumping off mountains and dying. I've observed falling off even shorter distances and hurting myself. So I can make inference. I'm determined to be an inferential being, but that's the way I would push back on that. So,
well, I can address. Let's
address that, and then I'll say what I wanted to say, because it's unrelated.
Well, I wanted to address that. You understand that free will makes sense, but you can't account for it. that's the problem right there. That's basically you staring at God and trying to pretend it's not there.
But I've accounted for it in nature.
Well, the problem is if you do that, then absolutely everything everyone does is equally rational. And you have basically the moral argument Mark II. Okay, the woman who's got 4 kids by 4 different dads, and thinks that she's entitled to marry celebrity X, is being just as rational as you are.
Well, if it worked out for her, would it be rational or not?
It's not going to work out for her. But the thing is, everyone. If you're going to say we're determined to be rational, then everyone is equally rational. The dude over there on the street corner talking to ghosts, he's just as determined as you are. Therefore, he's just as rational as you are. The person over there that thinks that beans are poisonous, he's just as rational as a nutritionist.
Why do you think?
My philosophy. Let's do a skill man quickly here, Scott. I would like to ask if it's okay if we send a link out to Khalil, because Khalil is asking if he is able to join in because he wants to chat. And Alejandro, just for a little bit of backstory, Khalil was a determinist. He ran a YouTube channel on YouTube discussing determinism, materialism, naturalism. He converted to Islam and is now known as Khalil Allah. And I would like to send him a link because he wants to join the conversation. Would that be okay with you, Scott?
Be okay with me. I haven't talked to Justin in a while, or Khalil in a long time. But
I would like to, since we're doing this, I'd like to go ahead and see if I can get my camera fixed so I can see myself.
Oh, okay.
How would I do that?
It seems like for me, I'm able to do it. If you look on the bottom, you'll see where it says stop video. You see that little option? And then you'll open that. You'll see the little down arrow for that. And it'll say video input.
I see settings. I'm on a video input, front camera. Okay, good. I see myself. But I don't see myself there. I see video settings, front camera, standard resolution. I still don't see myself. I'm going to try refreshing the link. Is that okay?
Yeah, that could be fine. Yeah. What do you think about the conversation so far, Katie?
Well, I will admit that I'm sorry, Scott. I know what this show's all about, and I lost it a little bit there.
I see that. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You're trying to be a debater.
Talking, I promise.
I think everybody seems in the chat wants us to push her back a little bit, but that's because
I did push back a little bit, but I'm sorry about that. But yeah. No, other than that, great conversation. There's been a lot put on the table, obviously, and we've got Khalil here.
Khalil, what's up, man?
What's happening?
What's going on, my brother?
Not much, just listening in. Decided I was interested in getting in on this conversation.
I bet you were.
Yeah.
Well, I know back in your atheist days, I didn't understand why.
Yeah.
But now I don't know why.
As well. Yeah. So now, Alejandro, we now have Khalil here to join us. Khalil's been listening in for the stream, and he has some thoughts to put forward as well. So I don't know if we want to let Khalil put forward his thoughts.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Moving on.
Yeah, I wanted to say hi to you guys. Hi, Borg. Hi, Scott. It's been a while since I talked to either one of you. It's been a long time since I talked to Alejandro. You've actually been on my show before. You know Wes Sturdivant?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was the host of that show. I was actually at work when I was talking to you on the show because I couldn't get off in time. That was me. So Yeah. So first off, how's it going? So I wanted to bring up. You said if determinism is true, then logic goes out the window. What did you mean by that?
Well, we have no way of introspecting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's take a hypothetically delusional person, and let's pick on Christians. Okay, let's take a dude, random guy. Heck, we can even make a random girl who believes she's Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
if determinism, okay, she's being perfectly rational. She is doing. She's an unwinding spring. She's a
Mhm.
rock rolling downhill.
Mm-hmm.
She's water flowing towards the ocean. That's just the way it is.
So she believes that she's Jesus Christ, right?
Let's just throw that out there. Yes.
Okay. Does she know? Does she also believe that she's not Jesus Christ?
We have no way of knowing, do we? If she's determined, okay, we can't really reach inside her mind because that's not there. Her thoughts come last, okay? So you start at the beginning. Okay, you go. Physics comes first, and then the laws of physics determine the law of chemistry. The laws of chemistry determine the laws of biology. The laws of biology determine psychology, and psychology determines what she believes. And however that worked out, this woman now believes she's Jesus Christ.
Let's back up before all of that stuff. So
Sure.
when I said, does she believe that she's also not Jesus Christ? What I'm trying to do is lay out the foundation for the laws of logic, the classical laws of logic, to show that logic, regardless of determinism, still adheres to reality. So the law of identity, A equals A.
Mm-hmm.
Law of non-contradiction, A cannot be A and not A simultaneously. If she believes that she's Jesus Christ, then she is adhering to the law of identity.
But it's
Logic
not
hasn't
true.
gone anywhere. Even
Okay,
if she's
but now,
determined to believe that, she's still adhering to the classical laws of logic.
unfortunately, if the laws of logic exist, then determinism isn't true because they exist abstractly. If determinism, the laws of logic would be a social construct. So we could all get together one day and say, you know what? In a game of chess, black moves first. We just all get together and change the rule. Same
So,
thing with the laws of logic. We could just say, you know what? We're all going to get together and we're all going to agree that pi equals 3 and a can be not a at the same time.
so can you provide an argument that shows that determinism is not causally related to the laws of logic, or no, to abstract objects?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, so you said that if determinism is true, then the laws of logic go out the window. That it's no longer rational. So
Right.
I'm asking if you have, because I don't see how that is an entailment of the premises. I don't see how that is a necessary outcome of determinism. Determinism simply states that we live in a state of affairs to which each cause causes its effect, and that effect becomes the next cause to the next effect. Well,
Yes.
how have you taken out abstract objects from that causal succession?
Okay, so for the sake of simplicity, let's just call it causality and sequence. All right. So if we're determined, it's just sequence. That's all it is, sequence. So the cue ball hits a billiard ball, everything else follows. Okay, that's determinism. Okay, now if causality, then there is someone using the cue stick to hit the cue ball. They have decided, I'm going to aim it this way, and everything else follows because of it. So in a non-deterministic universe, in a universe where there is free will, then reason comes first. I have decided, based on logic, based on observation, based on evidence, that I am not Jesus Christ. Okay, and I can also revise my opinion. I can change my opinion. But if we are determined, it's not up to us. So she didn't choose to believe that she was Jesus Christ. That was just ordained, and she is just as correct, or correct and incorrect don't even apply. She's doing her thing, and you're doing yours, and I'm doing mine, and everything, and Borg is doing Borg.
So as you're narrating the story, you keep referring to subjects, adjectives, and verbs. And each of those subjects, adjectives, and verbs have a specific identity to them on how we understand how these words work actualized in reality. So if we are to continue having these conversations and speaking these sentences, even in a deterministic world, the law of logic, the law or a law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle are still standing, even as you're trying to explain how they don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm simply stating that it might be a bit of an overreach to say, even through determinism, that logic goes out the window. You might be able to make an argument that your view of rationality may go out the window in a deterministic world.
Right.
Well, in a deterministic world, there's no way to know, and this gets right into deconstructionism, and we're running into that more and more in the present day, where I forget what it was. I remember I was listening to a podcast the other day, and there was a contingent of gay people who wanted to believe. I believe it was the movie that's out right now, the Disney Pixar movie, the two guys, fish, something like that. It's out right now. I forget the name of the movie. Anyway, it's two boys, and the gay community said, "Oh, well, obviously, they're gay," and the writer came out and said, "No, they're not. They're preteens, and they're guys, and they're friends, and that's it." And many people refuse to accept that, and so we have the same thing, which is very elegantly what you said. My logic, is just as valid as anyone else's.
No, I said your rationality. I don't think logic is a subjective thing. I think logic objectively exists within our world. We have a shared reality that has a attributes of the laws of logic. So identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle. Those are emergent properties of the reality that we share with each other. We have different experiences within that shared reality, and within those experiences, we have a subjective view of what we think is rational, irrational, and irrational. So I'm simply saying that you could make the argument that somebody's rationality could be flawed, but I don't think that you would say that determinism specifically negates the existence of logic itself.
Well,
Alejandro, you may be making an argument here. The argument isn't very sound because you keep straw manning. I've mentioned this a couple of times tonight. You keep straw manning what people think with what you by telling them what they think, even though these people have never actually said what it is that you're saying that saying that they think.
No, I'm a Muslim.
I would like you to stop straw man. Sorry, Khalil. I mean, it's the one reason that I've got pissed off tonight is because you do keep straw manning everybody. From the very outset, you've made straw man arguments over and over again. I'm sorry to be so forward with that, but you have.
I am a Muslim now. So I used to be a hard determinist. I believe in libertarian free will. So I am an incompatibilist. I don't think that determinism and free will can mesh together in any way, shape, or form. That's just absurd in my view. So I'm if you believe in free will, I am on your side. I am with you on this. I'm simply saying that I feel as if you could formulate a better argument against rationality than you could arguing against logic and not existing in a deterministic world.
Right, because
how
the way
would someone,
my view,
how would someone know they were being irrational in a deterministic world?
How would someone know that they're being irrational? It's hard to say because rationality can be a very subjective thing. I believe that my belief in Allah is rational, while a lot of people, maybe even Scott or Borg, thinks that my belief is irrational. It's a very subjective thing. So there's a lot of nuance and gray area when it comes to making that statement. Plus we need to scientifically look and see if our rationality or irrationality is being caused by issues with the brain, issues with the physical world, or just issues with our own intelligence. If we're not educated enough to have a conversation about rationality, then how are we able to really understand it from our own subjective perspective?
Right. It seems to me that rationality is grounded simply in things that are and being. So, if I say A is A and A is not A in the same sense and at the same time, that's because I ground that statement in the fact that it's true, in the fact that that's what we see, that's what we observe consistently. That's an objective sort of observation, and so that's the grounding for rationality. And to say, how do I know something's irrational? Well, when it's not consistent, with, if I say, I'm hearing voices from heaven and they're coming from heaven, but then 70 people around me don't hear the voice and I'm the only one. It could be that I'm being irrational in hearing voices in my head. That on top of the fact that schizophrenia is a thing. So there's all kinds of reasons to doubt my rationality. And it's all grounded in objectivism, it's grounded in being. So I don't think that it requires, necessarily requires something supernatural. And I definitely don't think that you cannot do rationality without free will. As far as the free will thing, I'm just going to say that I don't know, but I can't argue for free will. It doesn't make sense to me. But it could turn out that there's some natural reason, or there's a God, or there's all kinds of things that could account for it. I just don't know of those yet. No one's really demonstrated that yet.
Well, what we have is observable phenomenon, and theists have an explanation. Theism explains free will. Theism explains that we've discovered some moral systems work better than others. Theism explains why life exists, why life came from non-life. Theism explains where the cosmos came from.
Yeah, I understand that. And naturalism has, explanations too. But the difference with science, though, in naturalism, I'm speaking in a philosophical way, but with science doesn't go beyond what can be evidenced. And it's always tentative to better evidence. So it may seem like the brain is determined by chemical, electrical responses. That's the consensus for now, but it may turn out that that's not the case at all. But we don't know what the case is at this point.
And
it's
let's
a big mystery.
Categorize this properly. Theism thinks it has the answer to these things. It puts forward the answer in a very constructive manner, of course. But where science and theism differs is science will only say something is factual if it is actually factual, if it actually has the evidence to back it up. That's when we make statements about things.
Well,
whereas theism will put forward something on the premise of faith.
Well, you've got two problems right there. There, by definition, cannot be evidence of what preceded the existence of evidence. We go all the way back to the creation of the cosmos. There can't be evidence of what created the cosmos.
I completely agree with that statement.
So it can't.
But how can you say with any degree of certainty that what you're stating is correct, that your God made it all, if there is no evidence to back it up?
Well, first of all, that's process of elimination. We got two possibilities. Either it was a natural
So
phenomenon.
we're using a Sherlock Holmes style logic here.
Yeah, you could say that.
Well,
no.
I'm not going to go any further into that, but I have problems with the Sherlock Holmes style of logic.
Yeah, I would say that we're missing a fundamental step. And I think that, Alejandro, you have a good question, but we're not ready to ask that question yet. We have two options, whether it was created or not
Emergent.
created, I'm
Mhm.
assuming. Well, even emergent, that's a third thing. We would have to first negate the fact or negate the possibility for the cosmos to spontaneously emerge from static. We would first have to negate that. We would have to negate a multiverse theory. We would have to negate a microbial universe.
Mhm.
We would have to negate all of these things and simply make an argument for necessity.
Mhm.
Well,
That's the
I can
first
answer that
Thank you,
question
Khalil.
very succinctly. All those things presuppose other things. All you did is kick the can down the road. If you're going to say, oh, it's a multiverse, number one, you don't have evidence of a multiverse.
Mhm.
Number two, where did the multiverse come from? All that does is just kick the can down the road.
But wait, you said they don't have evidence for a multiverse, but that's in the same sense if you're speaking
God.
empirically. Same thing for us. We don't have the
Okay,
same
so
kind of evidence for God.
okay,
Right.
so if you're going to argue a multiverse, okay, you're arguing a version of theism. You're saying, I
Mhm.
have a solution which I have no evidence for, but happens to fit the facts. Now, first of all, that right there admits a bad form of theism. I'm not saying it's a great form. I'm not saying it's a great argument, but you're saying, you know what, that requirement for empirical evidence, forget about it. It's not a thing.
And
But it's a
that's why within
parody.
science, we differentiate between hypothesis and theory. A hypothesis is something that
Then
fits the facts,
then
something
then
a version, a new version, a new discovery that may fit the facts and that may be true, but we're not putting it forward as actual fact yet.
then we are
Then,
then like I said, you're at a different you're admitting theism, and now we're just comparing
no,
which
we're not
version
admitting
of theism.
Mm-mm.
No,
No.
again, you're straw manning. You're putting words into our mouths. You're rewriting what we're saying into a
Alejandro,
version that
they're
suits you.
not ready to jump to that step. They're
Mm-mm.
not ready to jump to that step yet.
No,
We're
we
going.
haven't got there yet. All we're,
We
you
need
know,
to take baby steps.
yeah.
So
See, we can
I would
he could,
simply start off by asking them what they believe about the ontology of the universe. Is it is it a multiverse theory? Do they believe that all multiverses in that theory are contingent objects or
Mhm.
contingent conglomerations? If they are, then how could they substantiate an infinite regress into the past when we have zero evidence except we have mathematical evidence of infinite regression, but we don't have actualized in reality evidence of infinite regression. And if they
Mhm.
are naturalists, they believe in the natural physical world, which is tangible under the scientific method. Now, that's where you push back and say, you need to show me how, with tangible evidence in a physical materialistic world, how an infinite regress can actualize in reality. If you cannot do that, the only other two options is believe that something came from nothing, which I think that we all can agree that something doesn't come from nothing.
correct.
So the only other option left is that there is something that was necessary that was not caused.
Correct.
That's how you
Correct.
get them to that step. And then
Correct. Thank you.
have
Thank
to
you,
move to
Khalil.
the
Thank
next
you
one.
so much. Very good. Thank you.
I wrote that argument.
So that's what it is. And for most of the people that I speak to, Alejandro, they don't have a problem saying there's just some sort of necessary being behind the observable universe. They don't have a problem with that at all, but it doesn't necessarily get them personally to God. It doesn't compel them. Now, what is compelling is very subjective. Some people think that this is compelling to believe in God. Some people don't, believe it or not.
Okay, well that's the thing. Okay, so I've had many conversations where people are not compelled by sound logic. So we just talked about the contingency argument. I've had people reject it. They don't know how, they don't know why, they claim they don't know, but they are not persuaded by a perfectly logical, airtight argument.
I've seen that too.
Could it be
Airtight argument the only thing that can compel you to something? Or
It doesn't have to.
is it a necessary component to also have a certain level of evidence to go along with the airtight argument for some people?
Well, that's almost like saying, do I have to believe in math? We have math, hundreds of years before we have anything it relates to. There are things that exist in pure mathematics that take 50, 100 years. I think I was listening the other day, Albert Einstein, the math he was using was invented 50 years before it had a practical application.
Comparing maths to philosophy, and we're going back to Einstein's name, did everybody simply agree with Einstein when he came up with the maths that he came up with?
No.
I think the issue a lot of times why somebody rejects something like the contingency argument is because the person presenting the argument presents it in a specific way with a certain epistemic standard. And the person listening to the argument holds a separate standard that's not quite synced or lined up with the person providing the argument. So first, before you get to the contingency argument, you need to back up and talk about epistemological standards. We need to show that we can hold, for example, if you come across an empiricist, a lot of atheists are empiricists. They need empirical data to provide warrant for claims. So if you show them, ask them if a married bachelor can exist in reality. And if they say no, ask them why a married bachelor cannot exist in reality, and they must provide their argument for their rational belief based on definition alone without empirical data. And then they can realize, oh shit, I can have reasonable beliefs without any empirical data. All right, let's go over that argument again.
Agree.
Yep. The statements. It's how do we understand statements to be coherent or not? You have to understand what the epistemic root is.
This is why Islam's taken over. We got a different way of arguing.
You're doing really good too.
Well, that's your interpretation, Khalil.
Hey, we're in a shared reality. This is my experience. Don't take that away.
Yeah, don't take it away from him.
My bad.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah. Well, if you guys want to, this is your guys' show. I just wanted to pop in and say a few things. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming on, man. Nice to talk to you again, by the way.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Khalil. And it's been great having you here. So thank you very much. And
by the way, Muslim for Black Lives.
There you go. There you go.
And I mean, feel free to stick around if you want, and
I mean, I don't want to be
something,
stepping on any toes or anything. I mean, this is your guys' discussion.
Yeah. I would love to catch up with you after the show. So if you want to stick around, I'm sure Scott will be closing.
We're going to close it down right now.
Well, Khalil, before you take off, do you think atheism is a worldview?
No. I think atheism is a single position on a single question. Does God exist? Now, are they a humanist? Some atheists are humanists. Some are not. Are atheists naturalists? Some are not. Are some of them dualist? Are some of them materialist? These are all different positions. A worldview is a conglomeration of different positions that can come together to describe how they view their reality. So I don't think atheism, if they define that as a lack of belief in God, I think that is a single position. And I don't think that we can really state that in itself is a worldview.
Okay. Let me ask you then, is there any possibility other than God exists or God does not exist? Is there a third
no,
possibility?
that is a true dichotomy.
True dichotomy, yeah.
Okay, so if theism is the position that God exists, what is the name of the position that says God does not exist?
That would be hard atheism. Yes. So ontologically speaking, either God exists or God does not exist. If you and I hate this guy with a passion, but he makes one simple point, and he needs to make it much more politely, and he needs to make it using a different argument. But I will state that Darth Dawkins says, do you speak intelligible facts? Do you reference God when you speak those intelligible facts? If you don't, you are indirectly denying the existence of God. If you do reference God when you speak intelligible facts, then you're accepting the existence of God. So within that framework, you either must accept or deny. But there is something called the null hypothesis, to where you stand in disbelief, or you stand outside of judgment until something convincing comes about. Now, whether me or you, Alejandro, believe that you can hold one of those positions, I feel as if we should be charitable and let that person identify with their position as they believe it. I think they're being genuine when they say they don't exactly hold a position if they're agnostic about it.
Well,
First, Alejandro, you have been speaking to two people who fit that category perfectly tonight. We do not deny the existence of God. If as I mentioned earlier, probability is for me. I can't speak obviously for Scott 100%, but for me it's probability. And at the moment, the data is telling me that there is a 0% chance that God exists. But if new data comes along, then I will amend that probability rating. And if enough amount of data comes along to support the existence of God, I will become a theist.
Borg places more value in metaphysical possibilities, when I, as a theist, place more value in logical possibilities.
Okay, Khalil. So if the real possibilities, the possibilities in reality, exist or does not exist, and atheists claim they don't take a position, does that make atheism a belief?
Yeah, I believe everything is a belief. Now, this falls into the category of philosophical certainty and psychological certainty.
Yeah.
Yeah, or some people call it epistemic certainty. So we need to be able to realize that we're going to get nowhere when we use the word no, that means absolute certainty on a philosophical level. We need to realize that we can have fallible knowledge, and that sounds weird at first, but you must have fallible. I have fallible knowledge that God exists. Now, ontologically, colloquially speaking, if Scott was to ask me, does God exist? I say yes. He says, could you be wrong about that? I'm going to say no. But ontologically speaking, I have to say I could be wrong about it. I'm a fallible human being. God is omniscient. I'm not going to place my intelligence on the same paradigm as God's intelligence. I'm down here. So I could be wrong about Islam. I most definitely could. I am just simply convinced of it. If I wasn't convinced of it, I would be standing in the same position they are, an agnostic position.
Okay. So atheism is a belief.
Yes, just like theism is a belief.
Okay.
Everything has a level of belief to it.
Okay.
Yep.
So if that's the case, they don't feel why do they get, why is nothing where do they get the idea that nothing is impacted by this belief?
You'd have to ask them.
Is it
Can I say that
rational?
question
You're not
again?
talking to two atheists who hold that. So.
Okay, so
are you referring to hard atheists?
Well, I think hard
used to be a
atheists
hard
are genuine.
atheist.
I think hard atheists are genuine. Okay, there are two possibilities: God exists or God does not exist. And it's either one or the other. If I don't believe in option A, then naturally I'm advocating option B.
No. You mentioned that the starting point for your evidence for God is the belief in God.
Knowledge is a subset of belief.
You mentioned that faith is a necessary component. So belief is a necessary component. I mean, what gives you the right to, to insinuate what level of belief somebody else should have?
Well, it's a question of whether you believe in logic or not. I mean, let me just change a word. Okay,
Mix logic with belief. Logic and belief are completely different, separate parts of the brain, in fact, that do not mix with each other very well. In fact, the two separate parts of the brain, the part of the brain that deals with logic and the part of the brain that deals with belief, are in constant conflict with each other. So you cannot marry the two. Biologically and philosophically, you cannot marry the two.
Okay, well,
By
like I
definition,
said, logically,
they're statements.
well, like I said, logically, God either exists or God does not exist.
Not
And
saying
you
that
believe
God
you have
can exist or does not exist.
Yeah,
what
we
was
can
that? I'm
agree to
sorry, I
that.
missed- Okay, so you're not taking a position. You're saying neither of those two. That's saying atheism is a belief, and that belief is not actualizable. You know, that's like saying
No. If you listen to anything that we've said, you'll hear me say that God could be in fact true. And I'm just waiting for someone to come along and prove him, or I'm waiting for God to come down and prove himself. I'm open to it. The deal is that what we're talking about is a mental state. It's like, say I'm taking a test. It's either the question is, does the planet Exeter, does the planet Exeter exist, or does the planet Exeter not exist? A or B. It's either it exists or it doesn't, right?
How are we going to investigate that?
How am I gonna know that? If you just ask me, when they'll say no, you're lying, because it's either Exeter exists or Exeter does not exist. So how can you say you don't know? It's either it exists or it doesn't, right? That's your logic. But that doesn't make sense, because genuinely, I don't know about that. I've never even heard of Exeter. So how am I supposed to make a determination?
I can answer that. Number one, if you truly don't know, and someone comes along and says, "Oh, I'm an astrophysicist. Exeter exists." What do we say to someone who says, "I don't believe you"?
Well, is the planet Exeter a physical planet that exists within our space-time and matter? If so, we can ask for empirical evidence of that. Now, if we're talking about something like God, that's by definition spaceless, timeless, immaterial, then we wouldn't be able to ask for the same evidence that we would for planet Exeter, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, we may need different tools, but in either case, you're going to need to give me the tools so that I can use them to go figure it out. It's like, if you gave me an engine and didn't give me a tool, and you say, look, there's something in the middle of that engine, you're going to have to tear it apart, but it's in there somewhere. Is that true or not? And I say, I don't know. Give me a tool so I can open it up and check it out. So I'm just asking you
that tool is logic, and that's what Khalil, is that your name? Khalil said earlier. The logic is, we know there are no married bachelors. We don't need empirical evidence. We don't need to go out into the entire universe, every single quark, to know that in the whole universe there's not a single married bachelor.
Well,
so we know the tool is logic.
Here's the thing. We don't want to state that absence of evidence is evidence of absence.
Right.
I don't personally hold to that, because there was at one point in time to where there were certain species of animals that that were unknown to mankind. And then once we discovered them, we realized that they existed. So I don't think, before that discovery, there was complete absence of evidence for that claim. But that did not necessarily mean that that's evidence of absence. So
I think I know, Alejandro, I think what you're saying is that reality without God would be a contradiction somehow.
Yeah,
and
it goes back to the contingency argument.
So what would the universe look like without God, in your opinion?
There wouldn't be a universe.
Let's say if there was a universe, can you imagine what it would look like without God?
That's another, if you could prove 2 + 2 = 5.
Okay, so it's basically like I said before, I think you believe because it doesn't make sense to you. I think that's really the bottom line.
married bachelors don't make sense to me.
Well,
I mean, you're asking questions like, what if I could show you a married bachelor? I mean,
I would like to just make a statement here. We as humans, we are all at the behest. We're all at the behest of the things that we do not know. And there's a difference between science and theism. I'm not going to use the word atheism because that simply means no belief in God. So science and theism. Science accepts the fact that there's certain things that we do not know, and that we're always in discovery. We're always searching for those new things to discover, for those new things to enhance our knowledge. Whereas theism has this certain sort of certainty, which is backed up by faith.
well, yeah,
see,
I think
I'm
we
not
need to
sure.
differentiate between, what is knowledge and what is faith.
Yeah. And I'm not sure what contradiction happens other than, you say free will, you say, subjective morality or objective morality. Those things are a contradiction to know God. Like if you believe, first of all, you assume we have free will. You assume that morals are objective. And so therefore God, right? Because it makes sense. It would be a married bachelor situation in your opinion, right?
I believe in that stuff, but that's not the path I took.
Right. But I mean, with Alejandro, earlier you were saying that, basically, it's a contradiction, and we can't have free will, we can't have reason, we can't have rationalism without God. That God is the grounding of all that stuff. I think that's kind of what you were saying.
Well,
more or less, basically, yes.
So that's. Do you come from a presuppositional standpoint? Do you presuppose God, Alejandro, and then reason the world around you based on that presupposition?
No, I've gone forwards, backwards, sideways, up, left, right, down, and that's the point I'm making, is that if God exists, then we have free will. If we have free will, we have moral accountability. If we have moral accountability, we discover them through logic, blah, blah, blah. We can go backwards too. We can say, well, man, if logic doesn't exist, then that's a contradiction, because we're saying there's no such thing as truth. That's what we're basically saying. So that's a contradiction. Well, how on earth do we have logic? Well, we must have free will. Well, how do we have free will? Well, it's not explained physically, so it must be a non-physical phenomenon. And you just work. You can work forward. You can work backwards. You can work sideways. You can say, you know what? I noticed that societies that honor private property rights do better than the ones that don't. Well, why would that be? And you just you go sideways.
Will you accept that there's certain things that we do not know naturally right now that could be natural?
Well, the problem is that we're 150 years from Darwin, and we've discovered the exact opposite of what Darwin was hoping for. In Darwin's day, I even go back to when I was in college. It was perfectly sensible to say future generations are going to figure this out. But we know that just putting together a single protein by chance is essentially impossible. Abiogenesis is statistically, we should expect the universe to go in and out of existence a countless number of times before we'd expect to find a single real protein, let alone a cell. So you're either going to believe in the Occam's razor. Well, obviously it was designed, or you're going to believe that I believe it was 1 in 10 times to the 100th power. I mean, it's just these happened. And
that's a big numbers fallacy, though. You're saying big numbers, therefore God. And also the problem with the Occam razor situation is that you're actually introducing an extra God thing that we don't really need to explain it. I mean, we just ground it on existence. Like you say, things exist because they exist, right? It's like saying, why do I exist? I exist because I do. Some things are just brute facts, and you can.
That
Scott,
started to
can
slip
I
into
just
solipsism.
interject quickly?
Sure.
You mentioned about time, the time between, Darwin's discovery of evolution and now. Is time a deciding factor in discoveries? If a certain discovery was made 300, 400, 500, 1,000 years ago, does that play any factor? Does that make any difference to a discovery that we make now?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I mean, if we make a discovery, if we make one discovery,
Okay.
and another discovery comes 1,000 years later, does that lessen the impact of the modern day discovery, of the most recent discovery?
Well, I get back to the idea that we went over, which is philosophy and religion discovers things that don't change. For example, murder is never going to be okay. Let's just throw that one out there for the sake of argument. Murder is never going to be okay. There isn't going to be a discovery in 1,000 years that says murder is not going to be okay. Just
How
like
do
you
we
can
know that?
travel.
How do we
Same
know?
reason
How do we know that? How do we know that in 1,000 years' time
Borg,
a murder is not going to be okay?
Before we go there,
know
we have to get Alejandro's definition of how he defines murder.
Okay, yeah, of course, Khalil. Yeah, go ahead, Alejandro.
Okay, murder is stealing someone's life.
No, there's justified murder all over the place. Then,
Yeah,
I was about to say.
I completely
somebody
agree.
comes in
Killing
my house.
Osama bin Laden.
Somebody comes in my house. I'm stealing their life.
Okay, no, he didn't. You didn't steal his life. He gave it up. He gambled it. When I steal something, that means I'm taking something from you that doesn't belong to me.
Could I offer what I believe is a cleaner definition?
Sure.
Unjustified killing.
Is stealing ever justified?
Is stealing? No, stealing's not justified.
There you go.
I think it would be clear. Scott, Borg, as atheists, do you find murder would be unjustified killing?
Yeah,
I agree.
So, for example, in the Bible, where God commands his chosen people to go to the city to where the people were sacrificing their children to Molech, and to go kill every woman, man, and breastfeeding child, those children have not reached the age of accountability within the Christian mind frame, unless you're a Calvinist and believe that babies can go to hell and that there is no such thing as the age of accountability. That's a logical contradiction, because in the commandments it says thou shalt not murder. So how are you going to say thou shalt not murder, but then again command your people to go murder babies?
Let me go ahead.
I completely agree with that.
Let me go ahead and answer your other question before we move on. The reason I know murder is not going to be okay in 1,000 years is the same reason I know there's not going to be a married bachelor in 1,000 years. The same reason I know that if there's life on another planet on the other side of the universe, there's no married bachelors on that planet.
But that just doesn't seem very.
Sorry, Scott. But so I follow up my question then with how do you? I mean, you say that you know that in 1,000 years' time, murder is not going to be okay. So how do you know that it's your God that's actually giving those commandments and it's not well-being? What you said in the atheist paradigm, the atheist worldview, what you categorized us as saying. How do you know that it's not our well-being argument that is the case? Because it still sits. If in 1,000 years' time that if murder is not okay, it's not because of God. It's because it hurts physical life. It hurts people. It hurts other consciousnesses, such as yourself. You don't want to happen to someone else exactly what you don't want to happen to you. So
Well,
it's
that's
still
subjective.
exactly the same as God
Well,
not wanting it.
Well, number one, there's like 3 different ways it's wrong. Number one, it's subjective because you've decided it. Number two, it's subjective because it's literally contingent on sentient life. That's what makes it subjective.
Alejandro,
It's
do you think that
literally
you can
Still
contingent.
contingent on evolutionary life. It's still contingent that we don't kill people
Mm-hmm.
so that our own species survives. So it doesn't need a god.
Well,
It just needs evolution.
Well,
Alejandro,
then
can you provide an argument that definitively shows the necessity for objective morality? I agree with you that objective morality exists, but could we provide a argument that necessitates objectivity?
I can do it several different ways. I'm going to address the other point first. Number one, that's like the multiverse argument. Okay, so we've discovered well-being, and that cannot be accounted for in atheism. If atheism, morality is subjective. Some people prefer chunky peanut butter, some people prefer smooth peanut butter. We should expect them to do the same. We've discovered the opposite. We've discovered that morality is written into the universe. That means it is fine. Means it's part of fine-tuning. Now, to get to your question about how I know morality is objective, logically, as opposed to empirically, we simply need to understand or break down morality into moral truth. Okay? So, either moral truth exists or moral truth does not exist. Okay? Now, if we say there is no moral truth, that's self-refuting.
Mm-hmm. Most
So
atheist
therefore we know-
philosophers agree with you. Yep.
So therefore, moral truth must exist.
Now, you mentioned about well-being being written into the, well-being and, following on to morality being written into the universe.
Mhm.
How is it that it's not evolutionary? That's what I can't get my head around. Is how you differentiate it between being evolutionary.
I don't have to. Okay, that's like that. Okay, let's just skip that whole argument. And for the sake of this conversation, I say, okay, evolution is true. Okay, why did evolution happen? That just kicks things back a step, and we're back at fine-tuning. God fine-tuned the universe such that evolution happened, and included in evolution was morality.
Alejandro.
Sorry, Scott, but let me say that I grant that. Okay. Right, now let's take all life out of the universe. Let's say no life evolved. There is no evolution. There is no life. There is no existence. There's just atoms and molecules, planets and galaxies, and that's all there is across the freaking entire universe. Is there any well-being? Is there any need for any well-being? What's well-being mean? What does morality mean? Does these rocks, do these molecules, do these atoms, do they need well-being? Do they need morality to exist? How could we even work out whether there was any of that?
Well, that's a real puzzle if you're an atheist. If you're a theist, I can just say, it's God's will.
Yeah, but then I asked you a minute ago if you presuppose God and then reason things, and that seems like that's what
you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. You're presupposing God before everything. Yeah.
Okay, look, I answered. If atheism, no, well-being is not a thing. If there's no life in the universe, there's no order, purpose. It's just planets rotating around stars being formed through purely physical. There's no morality. There's a rock rolling down, a planet rotating around the sun is not good or evil. The speed of light is not wrong.
Yes, but at the same time, you earlier on, you mentioned about God and your reasons for God. You mentioned morality. You mentioned free will. You mentioned, all of these things that needed a God. But all of these things were contingent on life existing. And if there's no life that exists in this hypothetical that we're talking about, then there's no reason to actually believe in God. But at the same time, given this hypothetical that you've now answered, you've interjected a God as being necessary in this content.
In that hypothetical, yeah.
It's presupposed.
Right. That's presupposition.
Okay, now, first of all, you have very nicely described an atheistic worldview. That's all it is. It's just people getting up in the morning, planets rotating around a star, rocks rolling down a hill, children being murdered in Africa.
Said atheistic worldview. We mentioned earlier, do not mention atheistic worldview in this way, because you're now straw manning us. We never said it's an atheistic worldview.
Outside of my issue that I brought up about an infinite regression being actualized in reality, setting that aside, there's nothing incoherent about a naturalistic worldview. There's nothing incoherent. I'm a Muslim. I adhere to abiogenesis. I adhere to evolution. I believe all of those things are absolutely true. I don't want to say absolutely true. I have fallible knowledge, guys. Fallible knowledge.
Right.
Not absolute.
Right.
But no,
I agree with the naturalistic worldview. I agree with that term. I just do not agree with this atheistic worldview. From the start of the stream, it's
back to Alejandro's statement. He said, how do we then account for the universe existing without God? And then our morality, and then everything we are as sentient creature. How do you account for that without God? And I could just say that the cosmos is eternal. And from the cosmos, here our universe is as the way we observe it. It came from that. That's that's equally a parity to God. We can't prove the cosmos because it's outside of our observable universe, just like God. It can't be measured, just like God, and it was eternal, just like God. But if we say God, we like the God word better because God means uncreated. Well, then you're just engaging in special pleading. You're saying that God can be uncreated, but not the cosmos. Why is that?
There's two reasons. Two things. Number one, you'd need to prove that the cosmos can't not exist. You'd need to prove a logical contradiction in the non-existence of the cosmos. Point number two.
But it just does. That we don't have to. Why do we have to? You don't have to prove God doesn't exist, do you?
I will. Let me get this. Okay. Point number two, you're arguing a bad version of theism. So in your refutation, you're just saying, well, the universe is caused. That's just a bad version of theism. I believe in things that I can't prove and are beyond physical evidence, and you're just going to have to accept it. That's just a bad version of theism.
But bad and good is subjective.
I have a question. Do you believe, Alejandro, you made a statement a couple seconds ago, and I just want to clarify. Do you believe that this universe, that this cosmos must exist?
No. That's how I answer the question. If the cosmos I told you, I wrote the argument. If the cosmos doesn't exist of necessity, then it is contingent on something. Its existence depends on the existence of something else.
Why couldn't the existence of something else that you mentioned, why couldn't that be another universe? I.e. the cyclonic universe that
Roger Penrose,
Roger Penrose, that's it, that he put forward. Why couldn't it be another universe that doesn't need a god? Why does it have to be a god?
Wait. Well, go ahead, Alejandro, answer it. I have an answer for it.
Well, the simple answer is, again, you're just kicking the can down the road. Now, since you've made the same kind of point a few times, I'm going to address it. One of the things that I've noticed about a lot of atheists is they don't like the idea of absolutes. Now, I don't know if it's a can't or a won't or a technique, but a lot of atheists are really uncomfortable, and that's trying to put it as mildly as I can, with ideas like first, last, greatest, least, these idea of absolutes, biggest, it's something I've seen, and I see you doing it again and again.
But
There
Alejandro,
is
Why is
there's
it
no
when
problem.
when you say that something's an absolute, why is it so hard for you to accept that it's you making it an absolute? Why
You're
can't you
making
accept that we're not actually saying it's an absolute? You know,
see
it's
what
not
you're
that
doing.
we hate the
You're
absolute.
it's
You're making it an absolute.
see again that this is a different thinking, and I want the rest of you to hear this. It's not the biggest rock. It's just you're arguing there's the biggest rock we know of. It's not the tallest tree, abstract, ideal, Platonic. It's the tallest tree we know of. There's a difference in your thinking that I see very common in atheists.
And what's wrong with us only knowing things that we know of?
Right.
Well,
That's
the
honest.
thing is, well, it precludes absolutes. So, for example,
No.
Why do you have to make something an absolute? Why do you have to do that? Why can't you just accept that there's things that we know of and there's things that we don't know of? And what we don't know of, we can't say anything about because we don't know of them.
You have to convince them of a causal principle, a necessary.
The problem
uncaused
is
cause.
it goes back to Darth Dawkins again. Darth Dawkins will argue that if you don't concede absolutes, then anything you say is arbitrary and meaningless. Because then what are you resting your
You
statements
don't have a
on?
grounding. That's what
You have no grounding. But the thing is, you can have a grounding on things that you don't know are necessarily absolute or not. Like the laws of logic work. That's all I need to do logic, is to know they work. I drive my car every day, but I'm not a car mechanic. I couldn't tell you how it works. I couldn't ground my driving in how cars work. I don't know about that, but I
Can I
still
provide an
drive cars.
example? Scott,
Mhm.
do we know that everything that begins to exist has a cause?
Everything that begins to exist, if anything that began to exist had some kind of cause, yeah.
Do we know that?
Do we know that?
That
I'm certain
everything
of
that
it.
begins to
In
exist,
my observation, it seems to be the case.
or is it reasonable to believe?
It's reasonable to believe that, yeah.
Okay, I think Alejandro, that's the path that we need to take. That's the wording that we need to use instead of stating ontological absolutes. Get them to understand that it's reasonable to believe certain premises that they would say, I don't know. And when they say, I don't know, say, I'm not asking you if you know or not. I'm asking you if it's reasonable to hold this position. And once you walk them down the line of them saying, yeah, this is reasonable. Okay, this is reasonable. Well, once you get to the contingency argument, and if you state that we have no actualized infinite regression actualized anywhere in reality, is that reasonable to believe at this point in time that that's not possible? Well, then they have to assert, or they have to then posit a necessary being. There's your first absolute. I
And
think
then
that you're jumping to that first absolute too quickly without walking down the line of reason before you get
right.
there.
Just to jump ahead a little bit, I will say that there's also categories of things we can't forget. Like, for the category of things that begin to exist, those are things that I see in my normal life, right? But when we're talking about these big questions like the universe, I don't know if the universe began to exist. I don't know that. I know that the expansion began or seems to began, but then there's the B theory of time. That's a there's a consensus on the B theory of time. There is no beginning end of things, right? I mean, we can go into that. It's a long thing, but basically there's enough room there to be skeptical about saying the universe began to exist. Maybe it has always been. It's just eternal. It's going through a cycle, like Roger Penrose says. Or maybe it's just there's an eternal multiverse, eternal infinite multiverse, like Sean Carroll says. Or possibly there's this quantum field that has no temporal location in time and space. And that's what it is, like Lawrence Krauss says. I mean, there's a lot of different models that explain things just like God does. It could be that God is the reason. The eternal God is what everything came from. I just, as an atheist, don't know either way.
And as I discussed, I actually had a conversation with a physicist a number of months ago now, who writes for Forbes magazine now, and I had a conversation with him on another channel that I used to that I used to host for, and we had a conversation about the beginning of time, and he mentioned a very interesting thing, which was, as of yet, we don't even know that there was a beginning of time. That we don't know that there was a beginning of the universe. When we talk about the Big Bang Theory, which is the earliest model that we have, we're talking about we're talking about a few thousand years between what we would imagine is the beginning of time and the beginning of the Big Bang Theory. So when you go right back to the earliest possible evidence we have, we cannot say categorically that that's the beginning, because we know that there's actually there's a piece of time before that.
Yeah.
So
Cosmic background radiation is so
then there could
evenly
be
distributed.
elongated amount of time before the Big Bang Theory. And that's the misconception that a lot of people have, is that the Big Bang Theory, which is the earliest piece of theory that we have, is the beginning of time. But there may be an unimaginable amount of time before that we don't even know of, because we don't have the data for it. And when I mention probability and what we know marrying up with the probability that we perceive, that's what I'm talking about. When you go right back to the earliest amounts of data we have, we cannot say categorically that that's the beginning.
Okay. Well, the next topic is, of course, if you don't know, why are you rejecting our answer?
Because we don't know that there's any evidence to support your answer. That's a simple answer to that one.
You guys,
You have coming with me with, well, I mean, your logic is coming to me with, well, you can't answer it, thus I'm going to throw in some random answer. And then I expect you, because you can't give any evidence against it, and so in other words, you're coming with me with a positive answer.
So,
and because I can't give a negative answer to it, I must accept the positive answer to it. Whereas I'm coming, sorry, Khalil, but I am coming with you. I'm coming back at you with your positive answer. I'm coming back at that with, well, I have no evidence either way, so I'm going to reject both. And you're still saying, well, you should just accept the positive answer. And this is the problem that you were mentioning earlier with atheism. You were saying that atheism is giving an answer when atheism isn't giving an answer. In fact, atheism is the negative of your positive answer. I am coming with you, and all atheists are coming with you with a negative answer and saying we reject everything until we have evidence for it. If evidence comes forward, we will accept it. But no evidence has come. You haven't been able to provide evidence. No theist has been able to provide adequate evidence. Thus, we will remain in our negative position till you can back up your positive position.
Khalil, did you want to answer that?
Yeah, I would just state that Borg and myself would have to have a long conversation about epistemology. That would be the starting point. I feel like we fail a lot as theists because we
Sorry.
hear an atheist say that, and we automatically jump to trying to fight through arguments with different epistemic
Right.
paradigms.
Right.
It needs to get way more fundamental than most of the people online having these discussions even realize exists. Like, I I was just reading a book on meta philosophy, like philosophy of philosophy, like why philosophy is what it is, and is it even useful? Like these nuances are hard and they're tedious, but they're important to dive into because we realize that we've been jumping too forward, assuming too much, thinking that we know, but we need to start educating ourselves to the point that we feel we know less than we did before, because there's so much that we don't know. So we need to start off with the very fundamental basics before making these bold, very in your face claims. We need to understand that we need to go back to the drawing board and spend a lot of time at the drawing board until we find something that nobody with any type of paradigm could dismiss.
And here's the thing too, Alejandro, I'd like to say as well is that, and this has to do with a lot of the straw manning and just, I think that the way that we're talking about a lot of the stuff, you may not realize that some of us, like me especially, I'm all for God. Let me tell you something. If there was a God and I knew it, and I would love to believe it. But that's the thing. I really want to believe it, Alejandro. I don't want to just say I believe it. I want to like really believe it. You know what I mean? And to really get to that level,
You're turning me on, Scott.
well, I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest.
No, I'm not saying you're getting me excited. Like, ooh, this guy wants to believe in God. Come over.
Yeah, I mean, look, who wouldn't want to believe in God? Who wouldn't want to believe in aliens, God, magic? It would be great. But God is even more profound than that. So don't think that, every atheist is just out to argue you down and dismiss your point. We really are trying to establish something, a way that we can talk and understand each other, because I want to understand how this God is real, because right now I really don't see it that way. I'm not fully convinced. It could be the case, but I just don't see it. And I'm just being genuine with you. Like,
Okay.
me and Katie, we were just talking about that earlier, that some people tell us that, oh, you just don't want there to be a God, so that's why you're all defensive about the topic or whatever. And it's like, no, we don't do it because it makes us feel good to be an atheist. Like, it doesn't feel good, Alejandro. It doesn't feel good. Okay.
I would just add to that. I don't feel good about being an atheist.
No.
I never have. And that's why I was mentioning this in the conversation, like Scott mentioned earlier. And the only reason that I've been a little bit confronted with you tonight is because you haven't actually provided any physical evidence, any evidence that I'm convinced of whatsoever. We've asked you multiple times and you've said, yes, I've got the evidence for you. I've got that for you right here. And it's not been anything new. It's not been anything that's inspired me. It's not been anything that has actually, been anything different than I've heard before. Okay, and that's why I've been getting a little bit. Go ahead, Alejandro. Sorry.
Okay. So you mentioned the problem, and then you're complaining about the problem. Okay. The problem is whether not knowing is better than knowing. Okay. So the example that I go to, that I run to, is there's two auto mechanics. Your car doesn't work. One of them says it's the spark plugs. The other one says, I don't know. Who do you hire to fix your car?
Obviously, I hire a mechanic to fix my car because I don't know anything about engines.
So you don't know anything about engines. You're saying, I don't know anything about I don't know. So one person doesn't know. The other one says, I think it's the spark plugs. You don't know anything about cars. One says, I don't know. The other one says, it's the spark plugs. Which mechanic do you hire?
Well, in this scenario, I don't know if the person that you speaking to is a mechanic or not. But if he is a mechanic, then I trust him until something goes wrong. Now, if I don't trust him, what I'm going to do is I'm going to research what mechanics would research to learn to be mechanics. I would research the mechanics of an engine and come to my own conclusion.
Okay.
Alejandro, here's the answer for
Then
me.
marry it with what
let
he's
me
saying.
answer it. Let me give you my answer to that. There's two kind of people in the world. There's people that will look at the guy that says spark plugs is the problem and just trust them 100% and go and jump on it. Then you've got the other kind of people that don't trust him at all and that want proof. They want to see his license. They want to see his shop. They want to see a lot more. And you might say the second group of people are unreasonable, but they would say you were unreasonable because you're not doing that. So it's just two different paradigms.
Well, the thing is, if you choose the mechanic that doesn't know, your car is not going to get fixed.
Yes, but if you took the pre-thought to actually research or to back-check what the mechanic was saying, back-check, like Scott was saying, back-check the actual credentials of the mechanic, then you wouldn't come into that problem in the first place.
Exactly.
Okay, you're not following the analogy. See, this is another thing that I have a problem with a lot of atheists.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Alejandro. Let me talk. It's kind of like as if I said, okay, you're on a lifeboat, and there's 5 people on this lifeboat. There's only food for 4, and then some guy says, "Oh, I just pull out my cell phone and I call for rescue."
So
that's what you've done.
You're saying, so if you jump on, so you're saying if there's an option out there where you don't know what the odds are for your survival, and they're saying, "Come jump on us, we'll help you." You're trying to compare that to being a theist. But what I'm saying is I would jump on with them too, but I would also jump on with the acknowledgement that they could fail me and probably will.
It's again, this is straight up Pascal's wager. You're arguing absolute certainty. I don't know is guaranteed to be the wrong answer against at worst a chance of being right.
Okay, so let's say we believe the person in the lifeboat, has an outside line.
I think
somebody else.
You weren't listening to the analogy.
All right. Well,
I said okay. The analogy. Right. The thing is, you're saying you don't know, and then when I put that in in context, you're like, oh well, I researched the library, I look at his credentials. You're throwing all these things, which is not what you're doing.
But your assumption is that we're out in the
sorry, Scott. I was making the assumption that you'd ask questions of someone because that's the logical thing to do. You said if someone in a lifeboat said, "Well, I've got an outside line to somebody who can rescue us." Well,
that's
say
not
it
what
again.
I said.
Say it,
okay,
say it
what
again.
What I said is you're in a lifeboat. There's 5 people on this lifeboat and food for 4. Now, this is a classic thought exercise.
Okay.
A version of the trolley car where you can choose to sacrifice one person or you can choose to sacrifice everyone. So not making that decision. So you consciously decide we're going to have to draw straws, or this guy's got cancer in 3 weeks to live anyway, so we're going to we're going to so the rest of us can live, or you do nothing and everyone starves to death. Now, that's the way the analogy is. That's the lesson it's meant to impart. That's the situation it's meant to describe. And when I do something like that, and I do that,
I can show you where that analogy fails, though. I can show you that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, let him
so
talk,
the point of the point of the analogy is that's what it's meant. And atheists are like, oh well, I just start fishing, or I pull out my cell phone and I call for rescue. And I'm like, those things are consciously or subconsciously not dealing with the reality that the analogy is trying to express. So when I say one mechanic does not know, that is the analogy. He does not know. He is you assume all things are equal, you assume all that stuff, and you just continue to try to fight the analogy. Like, oh, well, I could find out instead. I could do my own research. Like, no, you're just not paying attention to reality. That's what you're showing.
I understand what you're trying to say, but what the analogy misses, and this is key. This is the key thing. Is why it's a bad analogy.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you, the people that are stranded in the water, do they know they will die if they say they don't know what to do? Do they know they're in danger? Do they know they're in danger? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, they're on a lifeboat and they're facing starvation.
See, the atheist,
the
atheist doesn't know he's in danger. That's where the analogy fails.
Yeah.
That's Pascal's wager.
No, it doesn't apply.
Well, Pascal's wager has its own issues outside of that.
I think there's a lot of problems with Pascal, but this isn't Pascal's wager. We don't know that there's anything on the line to wager.
I mean, with Pascal's wager alone, how do you know that the God in Pascal's wager isn't a God that values intelligence?
No,
So,
even more
because then
fundamental.
that God is going to value the atheist more than the theist.
How did this amazing mathematician not know that it wasn't a flip of a coin, that you're rolling a Dungeons and Dragons die instead?
Right.
Okay, so again, that's what I said. Okay, now first of all,
We lost him.
Oh, damn it.
Alhamdulillah.
I hope that's not him dropping out. I say
that was the man upstairs.
The man upstairs. I didn't agree with that.
You're embarrassing me, man. You're making me look bad. Get out of here.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay quiet because I want him to be able to put his arguments out there, but on just about every front, I feel like as if this is a horrible argument. This is going nowhere. This is why atheists think that
he's just encouraging my atheism. He's actually pushing me to maybe be a hard atheist.
I agree with that. I'm like, no, that's not how we should be speaking.
But it's just lucky for him. We all know he's messing up. We already know that.
I've been progressively, and I'm not scared to say this, but I've been progressively throughout this conversation. I started this night, right? I'll explain the full story.
Man, you're not doing the show format.
I said
you're not following the format, man.
I know what you want to do for the show. I know how you want to take this show, Scott.
I know it's hard. I know it's hard. Remember what I was telling Anthony Magnabosco on one of our early episodes. I was telling him my problem is how do you keep from debating people when you're trying to do simple SE? And he was saying, I don't understand why that's a problem, because it's harder to debate than it is to do SE, which all you're doing is asking questions. This is what I was talking about.
I said, what did I say to you, Scott? I said, well, SE isn't Anthony Magnabosco.
Right.
SE is
lots of people.
There's lots of people with lots of different approaches to it.
Right.
And even the likes of even the likes of Aaron Ra and Matt Dillon Huntley, they still engage in SE.
God,
they just do it at a much more aggressive level.
That's kind of hard.
Tonight, I agreed with you. At the beginning, I agreed with you. I said, you know what? I'm going to go into this, and I'm going to keep myself back, and I'm going to keep myself reserved.
Yeah, because it's not all of us are. Reed Nicewander, man. He's got that composure. If you ever see his videos, dude is straight. Just don't give a shit. He's just like, oh, okay, interesting, and just goes and asks the other question. Like, he doesn't get triggered by it. He doesn't get like, God damn it, this guy's so fucking stupid. Somebody needs to tell his ass. Somebody needs to bring him down a peg, man. Fuck this guy.
I'd love to know.
I mean, it's normal to feel that way,
I think you're on more Reese Nicewander's level than I am, and I'm more on the Aaron Ra level.
I'm trying.
I lost it after the hour. After the hour, I was just like, you know what? Screw this. This guy's an idiot.
But you know,
I'm
it was
going all
cool.
out.
Like when I did the essay with you, Khalil. I mean, that was just a really cool conversation. You know, we were able to actually be progressive and move ahead, and just it was great. You remember?
Yeah.
This is, you know, when you're talking to someone like Victor or Alejandro or one of these guys, you know, it's going to be.
He's a Zoroastrian, isn't he?
Yeah.
And just before you mention anything, Khalil, I was there. I was obviously sat in the background and everything when you were talking with Scott, and I didn't get this level of anxiety when I was talking to you. You know, I didn't want to jump in. I didn't want to say anything because, you know, I respect you for your decision to go from atheism and to convert over to sorry, I'm a bit pissed right now.
It's not that serious. It's really not that serious.
No, I
respect you for that decision.
I think, and this is just my personal opinion, the way that I feel like I am being perceived by the community, by some people who are open to hearing what I'm saying and don't automatically jump to conclusions. But I'm a breath of fresh air when it comes to a theist trying to reason why they believe what they believe.
Yeah.
Because I'm not attempting to appeal to personal experience or faith, or I'm trying to say what's most reasonable. Like, can I hold a rational belief in this, even though you disagree with me? Do you still think that I can hold rational belief in this position right here?
Right.
And let's not talk about God right now. Let's just talk about, you know, the universe or contingency or intelligence. Let's talk about consciousness. Like, constantly trying to beat you over the head with the God sledgehammer isn't helping anybody.
A lot of people mention, you know, when I spoke to a lot of people, and they mention that, you know, they don't understand how you converted from atheism over to Islam. They just do not understand it. And, you know, personally, I don't understand how you did. But they also mentioned that there's no reason for you to. There's no logical reason for you to do so. And, you know, you found a logical reason to do so. And that's what I respect about you, is that you've actually, in your own logic, you have found that reason. You found that connection. I might not be able to see the connection, but you have.
And it goes back to what I was saying about compelling. What's compelling is so subjective. You know, some people find these arguments very compelling. Some people don't. It's just, that's just the honest truth. And that's why, like, I kind of like what Graham Oppie says, that all these arguments basically don't mean shit. Not really.
Yeah. And you know, I totally agree with him. And that's why I said it earlier when Alejandro was on with us, was that we need to stop having these morality debates and does God exist debates. We need to focus on that word that you have up here in the corner.
Yeah, epistemology.
Epistemology. That is where we solve all of these problems.
That's
Focus on epistemology and don't be like, well, this is boring. Let's just grant this for conversation's sake and move on. No. Look into the nuances of it. Study it. Try and figure out what you don't know, and then realize you find one thing out so you can find out that there's 15 other things that you don't know. And it humbles you. It brings you to a point of humbleness, and you can be open to you not being the top dog in the room, knowing more things than anybody else. Because, you know, personally, I've read a lot of books on this. But it makes me feel like I'm the one in the room that notices how much I don't know.
Right. That's you're just a smart person. Hey, Alejandro is backstage too, he says. And we couldn't see him before, so I had him log
Oh,
out.
sorry,
And
I didn't even notice that
he was back there.
backstage. Sorry. Oh yes, I see him now. There we go. So sorry, Alejandro. I didn't
No
notice you there.
problem.
Yeah, so we were
So-
just talking about epistemology, that maybe our conversations, and that's how it generally is. People argue about morality. They have the arguments by necessity, contingency argument. The Kalam cosmological argument, like the one you were talking about earlier, the teleological argument. And really, what arguments people find compelling is so subjective. Some people find those arguments very compelling, but some people just don't. Like, I would even venture to say that most theists, like little old ladies at church, they don't care about the Kalam cosmological argument. A lot of these people that are religious and believe in God and go to church, they don't care about those kind of arguments. That has nothing to do with it. This anchors them. It gives them some kind of subjective, value. That's what compels them subjectively. But you have arguments, and I don't think the arguments work for us either. They just don't.
Okay, well, that's
So
where
we should probably
left
talk
off.
about epistemology. We should talk about our epistemology rather than these arguments. Maybe that would be the more progressive way to go in the conversation.
I'll be happy to move there, but I want to finish up the point I'm making.
Oh, go right
I
ahead.
was making, which was, if the preponderance of evidence is X, and someone says I don't believe you, that says more about them than logic. If we say, okay, well, we've defined bachelor and we've defined married, and there are no married bachelors in the universe, and someone says, well, I'm not convinced, you haven't proved that to my satisfaction, where do you go with that?
Well, that's where epistemology comes in. When we talk about epistemology, we're talking about how did they come to have those premises in the first place.
And I'd just like to interject there as well. I mean, it was completely my fault. I got a little bit over. See, I just to give you a little bit of background about me, Alejandro, I come from a Jehovah's Witness background. This is my channel, and I started this channel as like sort of a debating forum against Jehovah's Witnesses. So I would take Jehovah's Witness content and I would debate that, and I would point out all of the evidential inaccuracies with everything that they were saying.
Because they make the same arguments you do.
They
make the same arguments.
Scott that I wouldn't do that in this show. This is his show. And I will take the complete blame because tonight I challenged you. It wasn't Scott that challenged you. It wasn't Cleel that really challenged you. It was me. I challenged you and what your beliefs are. And I really shouldn't have done that. So I'd like to apologize for that, because I shouldn't have done that so forward as I did.
No worries. No problem. Everything's good.
Yeah.
So you wanted to move on to epistemology.
Yeah, rather than those other things, I'm just saying in general, we don't have to do it now, but just in general, when atheists, Khalil was making this point actually before you popped in, is he was saying that it seems like we're talking past each other, or these arguments, these philosophical kind of logical arguments. And what Khalil was saying is that, maybe we need to focus in on the epistemology first, because the arguments aren't going to make sense until we all agree on how we come to know that these certain premises are true. If we can set these premises up, we all agree, then we can step to the next level in the conversation. And then you can take us to another level and on and lead us right into why you believe what you do and why it's reasonable.
I'm 3 months into Islam. 6 months ago, you asked me what my thoughts were on the Kalam cosmological argument. I'd tell you that the argument's so horrible that my dog wouldn't believe in it. I use it as my first argument now today, after diving into epistemology and finding a new paradigm, a new angle to approach. So that's why I think epistemology is so important. It's because it took me a hard atheist that made a positive claim that God does not exist, to a different, complete angle and paradigm to approach the whole entire subject.
Well, I would
super
think
important.
I agree. I would qualify things as a starting point is whether logic, pure reason, is reliable or not. That's, I think, what it ultimately boils down to. Myself and Khalil believe that we can be reliably informed, let's put it mildly, that pure reason is informative. So Khalil and I could say, well, there we know what a bachelor is, and we know what married is. We know there's no married bachelor. We don't need to go out searching in the universe. We don't
How do you
need.
know that? How did you get there?
It's a self-refuting.
Because I'll agree
it's-
with you. I agree with
Mhm.
you, but maybe for different reasons. So I'll just ask you, how did
Well,
you
that's
get
easy.
there? Yeah.
It's self-refuting not to. You know,
No,
you,
I mean,
if,
I know it. No, I'm not asking you that. I'm agreeing with you. All of that, what you're
Right.
saying is true.
Mhm.
To me, as far as I'm
He
concerned,
wants to know the mechanism by which you got to that position.
yeah. How did you get there?
you start off real simple. Either logic works or it doesn't. If logic doesn't work, well, that's self-refuting.
Okay, perfect. We're in agreement. So that's our starting point. It works. That's what grounds rationality, is that it
It's-
works.
I disagree. I mean, I think we can agree. I think I might be saying different words. Tell me if this is exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
We take the laws of logic as a presupposition or an axiom, and then once we assume the laws of logic exist, we can further explain the reality around us.
Right. But the problem with that is if we don't get to the how, then that's going to be baked into the process. That's going to be baked into the conversation. That's where we're going to go
Right.
past each other. Because he's going to say, well, you agree with me that this is logical, then you're arguing for theism. He's going to say, I'm arguing for God, because he's already baked that into the assumption of rationality. He'll say, it's easy to know how rationality works. We have God. God abstracts those rational statements to make sense with the world that we observe. And so when you agree with me, you're arguing with me for theism. And we're
Actually,
self-refuting
Scott,
ourselves. That's what he's going to say.
I've got maybe a misunderstanding with what you're saying, because are you saying that there needs to be an explanation for the logic that he's using before he's made the argument for the logic?
I'm saying that you can't have an explanation. I'm saying that the laws of logic must be presupposed, because you cannot reason to the law of identity without already using the law of identity to reason to it. It's a tautology.
Mm-hmm. I see what you're saying.
To make
Okay.
an argument to argue for the law of identity, you must already use the law of identity in that argument to argue for it.
Because it's already part of your logic.
Yes, so
That's what logic is.
Fundamentally, you have to presuppose it and take it as an axiom before you can even move one step further.
And
But what I'm saying, the reason is good
to go to go opposite to that, where you don't need to presuppose something.
Well, so, no. I would say, even if I grant that I presuppose logic for all intents and purposes, he's going to presuppose it for different reasons, though. He's going to say, I presuppose that God is the author of logical, you can't have rationality without God to begin with.
I think you can.
Okay, I can definitely see that. Yeah. Okay.
So you need to get a understand. Now, he didn't say that. The great thing is Alejandro said, no, I'm not grounding it in God. I'm grounding logic in the fact that it fucking works.
Right.
And that's where we can now build on that.
Okay.
Without having to
This is what I mentioned earlier. We can go forwards or backwards. I can say logic works, great. Why does it work? Okay. Or I can start with God and move forward to logic. I can go forwards or backwards.
And why? I mean, just from what you've said there, why isn't we don't have enough evidence to say why it works a good enough answer other than God? I mean, you're saying, well, God thus logic, and
Khalil,
you're putting that forward,
something?
but you're not putting any evidence to support that.
I'm trying to
So
process this in
why
my
is
head.
it? Can we not say, well, I don't know
Okay, well, once again,
reason?
this is the same thing. We're right back to where we were. The best explanation we have, and I'm going to put that as gently as I can. Well, I can even put, I'm going to put even more gently. The God hypothesis happens to explain everything, and you are rejecting the God hypothesis.
Because it explains
I
everything.
have a
Once
question.
That's why.
again,
It
I mean, I
explains
may be
everything.
I have a
beating drum
question.
here. Sorry, Khalil, but I may be beating drum here. Just going on and on. But what evidence is there for the God hypothesis being the best one in this scenario?
Khalil, did you want to say something?
I have a question for everybody in the room. I do want Borg's question to be addressed. But prior to this, Alejandro started off by saying it works.
Right.
My contention with that, and it's you Scott, you seem to agree with that. He's starting off by saying, well, this works, so let's move forward with it.
Mm-hmm.
Can something work and still not be true?
Good question.
If I can come up with a model that is not true to reality but works, that doesn't mean that it exists. That doesn't mean that it's true in reality. That's why I believe that it has to be presupposed. That's the only logical way to move forward, because if we base the fundamental reason why we accept logic off of just because it works, and we do that with other things, we're going to go down the wrong path.
Well, I think I kind of addressed that the same thing. I can start with it works and then move backwards to why it works. And then once I discover why it works, I realize I'm presupposing it. It's baked into reality. I can go in either direction. I can go forwards, backwards, sideways. It's just, where do you want to start? And that's why this whole point was on atheism as a worldview, because no matter which way theism is, it all reflects back on itself. If this, then this, then this, then this, then this, then this, all over the place.
Only works though as long as you fully explain why it works. You haven't fully explained why it works, and you've started with the reason why it works.
Yeah, like
without explaining why it fully works, you've gone I'll grant you maybe 80% why it works, but you've still left out that 20%, and science doesn't do that. Science, when it comes at something, goes, well, we're going to have to explain something before we put forward the belief. And if the belief is over 50%, then we'll believe that maybe it's possible. But we're still left with that little bit why, to fill up the 100%, why it's the actual answer. Whereas you're coming at it with, well, I believe something is true, thus it must be true. Now I'll go about trying to explain why it's true. Oh, well, I got to 70%. Well, that's good enough, isn't it? Let's just go forward with that, and that's all I'm hearing right now is, well, it must be true because I believe it's to be true. And I've got so much amount of evidence, but there's some clear holes, but let's just grass over them for a little bit, shall we?
Khalil, did you want to get that? Okay.
So, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Number one, you're back to arguing scientism, which is that all meaningful questions can be resolved scientifically, which is a paradox. Okay.
How is it a paradox?
You can't scientifically prove that every answer can be solved by science. You're literally positing.
Can you explain that any question that ever needs answered? Can you explain that any question cannot be answered via science?
Okay, you're arguing that every question can be resolved scientifically. Is that true or false? That you believe that every question can be resolved scientifically.
I'm arguing that the evidence that I have through all the questions that we've
answer
ever
the-
had that
ans-
have
ans-
been answered.
Right,
Not
right,
through
right.
the questions that haven't been
I've
answered,
heard
but the
that.
questions that
Okay.
have been answered
Okay, I've asked
have
you
been
very
answered
specific
via
questions.
science. I'm
I've asked you
asking
a very
you
specific
whether there's
question.
any question that hasn't been answered, could be answered other than science. Given that I have 100%
Where did evidence come from?
evidence,
I already
I have
said that. Where did evidence
100%
come
evidence that every question answered can be answered by science. Thus, I could reasonably, through logic, conclude that every other question that hasn't been answered could be
Will be.
answered via science.
You are arguing that every question can be resolved through science. Yes?
I'm
That's what you
arguing
just
that
said.
every question that has been answered by
Yeah,
science.
And then you are
Thus,
fur-
in my logical view, which you've mentioned reason a couple of times tonight, yeah.
Mhm.
So reasonably, I could argue, and I am arguing, that every other question could be answered by science.
The next
Now,
move for move for
reasonably,
Alejandro.
let me just
Okay, go ahead.
re-emphasize reasonably. Reasonably for me means probability. Now, probability-wise, that means that I have a high probability of reasonably explaining why I believe every other answer could be explained by science. That doesn't count out other explanations. It just means that I don't have any data to support
The door
That
has
me counting
expectation.
out any other explanations.
the door.
Right, so your move-
The door Alejandro has just opened.
Mhm.
Borg just gave you the fundamental basis by which she decides whether things are factual or not,
That's
which
right.
is probability. Formulate an argument against probability.
Agreed.
That's what you have to do. If you do
Yeah.
that and show that Borg is not warranted in holding a standards of evidence through probability,
Right. It won't matter.
She will then look back on her worldview or her standards of evidence and possibly change her mind to find something that makes more sense with the reality. That's what we have to do here. We're not going to get anywhere until we do that.
Or you could show data.
Okay,
that
first I want to
discoveries
show
without-
me
can you-
some
can you
data,
show-
some
yeah,
evidence.
show-
whoa.
show them
We're
data.
still-
Show
Okay.
them where religion. Show us where the supernatural explains something.
Okay, I already did. Number one, I already covered the continuity of self. Number two, yes, you're arguing that all problems can be answered scientifically. That's your argument. Why you're saying it like in a whole 10 minutes lecture? Why not just say yes? I believe that all answers, every
Because that's
question
not what
can be
he's
answered
saying. That's not what she's saying. She didn't say that.
No.
She said
She
that the
said-
data so far indicates that every mystery that has been solved by science. That's
Can
not
you
to
show
discount.
me
Right.
one mystery that we've ever had that has conducively 100% been explained via something other than science? That's what I'm
Causation.
asking.
Because science
Pure
talks about the
mathematics?
self. You know, this thing about the self is illusory and all. That's science, by the way.
Okay, well, I just answered that. Mathematics, pure mathematics.
How is that supernatural? That's totally natural.
Don't understand
No,
your
no, no.
answer to that.
Okay, well, pure mathematics does not refer to anything physical.
Never
Yeah,
said that it
actually-
had to refer to something physical.
Well, you said science.
Modern
doesn't answer-
metaphysics, which is referring to things which is not something physical. And that would still encompass what I am describing as modern science. Because
Science
there's
doesn't-
modern metaphysics,
Science.
which a lot of
Math
There are many
physicists
scientists
still
right
and
now.
mathematicians still follow what I am actually saying without actually getting into the physical evidence.
And not only
That's
that,
why I never mentioned physical evidence.
right.
That's why I mentioned evidence.
Evidence, period. See, Roger Penrose, we were talking about Roger Penrose, Max Tegmark. They believe the fundamental to reality is mathematics too. So they believe in this Platonic realm, but they're all atheists. These guys are atheists. So, just saying that the abstractions, well, no, hold on, let me finish. Just saying that abstractions exist doesn't mean that the universe is an abstraction from God. That's like a composition division.
Well,
fallacy.
you're changing the question. He asked me for something that science doesn't explain. Math.
And science does explain math.
No,
I just
math explains science. Math explains science.
And
are you familiar with
before
Max
we
Tegmark?
continue on as well, like I'd just like to mention something because you've done it a couple of times tonight, yeah. And I wouldn't usually do this, and Scott knows I'm not the sort of person to do this, but you know, you referred to me as a boy a couple of times, and Scott earlier on mentioned me as a woman and Katie. So please don't refer to me as a freaking boy again. Yeah, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so you asked for an example. Math explains science, not the other way around.
I can't hear you, Scott.
Well, Scott, we've lost your sound. Sorry. Everything should be coming through fine on this end. I'm not sure what's going on.
While he's figuring that out,
I think I've just put it on him one too many times, and OBS Melon has gone. He's not important.
So I can't do anything with supernatural claims, but what if I was to present causation as something that is factual outside of empirical evidence through the scientific method? Have we ever observed causation, or have we observed specific correlations that we must then presuppose causative nature to?
Oh, I think Scott's just dropped out there, come back in. So
he's probably gonna refresh, and it's gonna be on backstage, and you have to let him in.
Yep, I'm expecting that. If you want to continue along, Alejandro, and I'll wait for him.
Sure. All right. Well, like I said, we have a couple of good examples. We have causality. We have mathematics. We have continuity of self. We have the origin of everything. We have several examples of things that are not subject to scientific inquiry.
Nothing. It wasn't me. I didn't pray. I didn't pray to God to tell him to shut you up, Scott. I'm sorry.
Neither did I, Scott. I'm all done. That's between you and you.
There's nothing on my end, Scott. I'm not sure what the issue is. It's saying you should be able to speak. It's something on your end. Unless God is actually telling us that you're not allowed to speak, then. In that case, I can't get in the way of God's will.
Scott, try refreshing one more time.
Hey, Scott, try plugging it in.
The wire goes into the hole, Scott.
Katie, what is your major issue with StreamYard?
But my major issue with StreamYard. StreamYard charges a massive price
I think we
for
can
a
hear him
very
now.
small amount of service. I eventually went to Melon because Melon offers a hell of a lot more
Am I coming through
for
now?
the amount of money that
Yeah.
you pay.
Sure.
Oh, perfect. I had to plug it in. Why didn't you guys tell me that?
I told you.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we got you back, Scott. Oh,
Yes,
yes,
I'm
the
back.
star of the show.
I think there's a giant between all of us.
Conspiracy.
Different delays between all of us right now.
Yeah. I forgot where I left off. Shoot.
We were talking about math informing science.
Oh yeah.
Causality.
I was just gonna say that that there is room to be skeptical about that too, because there are many scientists who do feel like mathematics is the fundamental thing of the universe. They don't look at math as, non-existent or something they can't study, I guess. They actually do study mathematics, and they feel that mathematical structures may be the fundamental property of the universe. It's not necessarily a material thing, and it's more like something we decode through language.
Right, we discovered.
And if you look at if you look at quarks and little subatomic particles, they're not necessarily things. They're just described in numbers. We describe them in coordinates. And
Right.
so they're not really things. So we already know that this is the case. So I don't think science would say that they can't study mathematics. In fact, they think maybe it's actually one of the fundamental features of the world that we
Well,
experience.
it's like I said, math explains science. You start with the math. You start with the ideal, and then you move to the empirical.
Right. But what I mean is that science does acknowledge math at this point. For however the order is, it doesn't matter.
Right.
So on that one, I would just disagree a little bit. I'd say that I think that I already know that there are at least a few scientists that study mathematics as a property of the observable universe. But anyways, continue. What are the other reasons that you would say
There's continuity of self. That's clearly beyond empirical. There's causality.
Subjective, right?
You can say consciousness,
Mm-hmm.
And then of course logic itself. All these things are beyond scientific purview.
Here's where I would agree with you.
All of these things could be explained by empirical means. Would that change your level of confidence in them being supernatural at all?
Again, that's like arguing if you could produce a married bachelor.
What I'm actually saying is
No, it's not a
can be
contradiction.
explained by empirical means. Would that change your confidence at all?
How on earth would you demonstrate consciousness?
Well,
causality.
You're asking a question.
There
in
is
answer to a question.
there is many people, a consensus of people, in fact, which have been able, just like you've explained them in a supernatural means. There's a census of people who've been able to explain them in a non-supernatural form, in a natural form, in fact. And the only difference between the two arguments is that you've explained them in a supernatural form and they've explained them in a natural form.
Right. Logic and mathematics is just language.
And again, the only difference is that you disagree. You disagree with the natural form, and they
No,
disagree with the supernatural form.
I've made the point
So
that
what we're asking is, I'm not saying that they're right, and I'm not saying that you're right. I'm saying, what is the means at which that you're going to convince us that you're right over them?
It's going to be harder to prove that you're right than it is to show that they might be wrong, Alejandro.
as far as supernatural, it's
Yes.
number one, yes, it's very easy to show that they're wrong.
Okay.
It's very easy. Let's start with the most basic one, which is continuity of self. Okay, we know that we change moment to moment, where we are, what we're made of, our memories, our thoughts, all those things we know. As much as we can know anything changes. So continuity of self can't have a empirical scientific answer.
But we know that because of science.
Okay, so you've argued science confirms the existence of the supernatural. Great.
No, well, it
That's not
confirmed that something in the natural world, that the continuity of self is an imaginary thing. It's
supernatural
imaginary.
by definition is something out of the purview of the scientific method.
Right. Scientifically, that's how, when you talk about even our atoms change out, every so often, our skin, our thinking. I mean, this we all know this by science.
That house that I robbed 10 years ago, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. I'm a different set of atoms.
Yeah,
Well,
that's right. That's
then
right.
Of course that everything that sets the board on fire. There's no you.
Yeah,
The concept of
that's
you
what, yeah.
is imaginary, and
It's
without an
imaginary, right.
observer, and if without a true observer, there can't be science.
No, well, not necessarily. Not necessarily.
He's right. He's right. But then there can't be experience at all.
Yeah. The thing is that, the self is a word that is built on your memories of some imaginary story. Okay. What is undeniable is the observation that we're talking about. So you're conflating the two. The observation of that is before you start making these statements about who I am as a self, logic, doing math. All that stuff comes after you exist and you experience an existence. So existence is the fundamental thing there. So,
right. And there's no you, and if
there's no you, but there's
no you.
Or you could say you are the experience. That might make sense.
I'd have to think about that.
I don't think so, because there's nothing to experience the experience. There's no you.
Well,
Yeah,
there's just
experience can't be
experience. There is just
experiencing.
experience. There is just experience. That's the solipsistic.
And how would
view.
you know that?
How would you know that? Because you experience. All you experience is
there's
yours.
no you though. There's no you. How do we know there is an experience if there's no you to recognize the experience?
Because we don't have language to actually reflect the reality that we're talking about. That's the whole problem. We have words like we have words. I do this, you do that. There's no way around it. It's baked into our human life. We're limited. The mind is limited, but we can know that. We can do metacognition and see how our minds are limited. We fall for illusions like the illusion of self, the illusion of free will. All these things are true.
Hey,
we know that scientifically.
Well, now you've said free will is an illusion, and of course that doubly sets the board on fire. No free will, no logic. You're not even there's no you in the bucket. Normally there'd be a brain in a bucket, but you're saying there's no brain and there's no bucket to observe the bucket, to be in the bucket.
It's not intuitive, that's for sure. But let me ask you this:
You're putting into
can you stop yourself from
existence
thinking? Can you stop yourself from having a thought? Can you free will your way from thinking?
I'm getting
Yeah, that's meditation where you empty your mind.
No, it doesn't work. It's impossible.
No, not at all.
Meditation is the attempt to do that.
Can I give it a try?
Great.
Okay. So we have science. The scientific method can show that there are neural pathways inside of our brain when I take this lighter and I light it and I put my hand over it. There's certain sensory experiences that happen. There's certain information that travels to my brain that tells me this hurts.
Mm-hmm.
The problem that I have is that with the scientific method, there are zero scientific theories that draw a mechanism out of the chemical reactions that happen inside of my brain when I put my hand over a hot flame and the experience of putting my hand over a hot flame.
Mm-hmm.
That is where I would ask the naturalist, the materialist, the physicalist to show me or give me an argument that substantiates the mechanism by which we can tie chemical reactions to consciousness.
That's easy. I could make a lot of arguments for that. I'm surprised. I mean, you could make the simulation argument. You could make the solipsistic argument. It could be idealism. All that stuff doesn't require God necessarily.
No. I'm not saying any of
or
this.
emergence.
I agree that none of
Or
that stuff
emergence.
requires God, but I do understand the clear argument there. And what evidence can you bring forward to explain if one of those experiences was happening that you wouldn't be able to substantiate it within reality?
Mhm.
What do you get what I mean there?
You mean like
Scott?
naturally?
Yeah. So if that wasn't happening naturally and it was happening within it was happening within the consciousness of the person, so the person wasn't being burnt, but they were feeling being
The
burnt.
pain, right?
What it would register within an EEG scan in a hospital. It would register as being happening,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not actually happening.
And that's actually happening for real.
How would you explain that? That's
Like I said, you're saying from a naturalistic point of view, right? I would
yes,
yeah.
of course.
So
yeah.
I would say it you could be extreme and you could say the simulation argument and you could lay it out. I don't want to lay it out here because I don't really believe in it, but that's one naturalistic explanation that these thoughts and feelings are being pumped to you, in the matrix or whatever like that. But then there's another one.
Are you equating?
Well,
the
of course. Sorry,
And on the
Cleo,
other-
but of course, Scott. I mean, like, I don't want to go against you here because all night I've been with your arguments here. But at this point, like,
No, well, this is what I'm saying though.
it wouldn't show up on an actual scan. How would you actually prove this?
Right. What I'm saying is you can't prove it. That's the whole problem. You can't prove subjectivity. You can make arguments for it. And there's naturalistic arguments, but maybe you didn't want the naturalistic arguments people would make. You'd want like scientific proof for an experience.
I don't think that we can get, at this point in time at least, can't get scientific proof.
Right. I would agree with you.
What I'm looking for is an explanation of qualia, of the experience,
right, explanation
of phenomenal occurrences.
Yeah.
So
Scott, I don't know. It's like up until now, I've been fully with your arguments, and I would like to still follow your arguments because I really do respect you and thing. But here I've lost you a little bit. So could you just explain a little bit further, and hopefully I'll.
No, I'm saying
hopefully I'll regain.
No, what you're not understanding is, I'm not saying this is what I believe. I'm saying this is the absurd arguments anybody could make for these things. Like there's millions of them.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's a naturalistic argument on the other extreme that says that consciousness is an emergent property, that there's very simple properties, and that everything emerges from those, including consciousness and morals and everything else that we talk about. So there's different explanations But I don't know if you're asking me for proof or.
So what I'm asking you for is that you made a claim that it is an emergent property. So
It could be,
I
yeah.
think you have kids, right? You have
Mhm.
you have kids.
Yeah.
You love your kids.
Right.
I love my kids. We both have chemical reactions that happen inside of our brains that have, for the most part, the same chemicals reacting, but I have a first person subjective experience. You have a first person
Mhm.
subjective experience. How do I know, or how can I relate? On what level can I relate to your first person experience without appealing to my first
To
person
your own, you
experience?
can't. Of course, you
You can't.
cannot.
So the same conglomeration of chemicals put together
Mhm.
has produced two completely separate experiences, one for you, one for me, of us both loving our children. So by what mechanism ties that chemical experience to that specific qualitative phenomenal occurrence?
Um, I mean, I've read up on that, and basically, at the atomic level, there are none of those qualities you're talking about. It's when we have the right amount of whatever it is. There, you know, atoms, molecules arranged in just the right way.
Mhm.
That's the explanation that the consensus gives us about how consciousness arises. For me, it's just a hypothesis. It's just a guess. Like I said before, it could be any other arguments that are put forth as well. But I don't think anyone really knows the answer to that question. You can make arguments, but that's not the same as knowledge.
Could I just interject here? I mean, maybe this is just my ignorance speaking, but I was trying to understand what had just been said there, and I'm asexual, so I obviously don't have kids, and I wouldn't even know what it would be like to have kids. How does that relate to someone like me? I'm still. I
Okay,
really want to understand what you've just said.
I can
What
simplify
you've
it a
said.
little bit. I can simplify a little bit for you. Okay, I see something and I see that it's red, and
Redness of an
Scott
apple.
here. What?
We could use the redness of an apple.
Right. Okay. So we all see red, but how do I know that what I see as red is the same thing as what Scott sees as red, as the same thing that Kaleo sees as red? Now we all agree it's red. We all
Hmm.
perceive it, and we all say, "Oh, that's red." But how do I know his red isn't my blue, and isn't his green?
You don't know.
Well, yeah, of
There
course
you
we
go.
don't. We
See,
don't
there
actually
you
know.
go. That's
What you say of red
that's
does not mean that what I say of red is the same as you.
right. That's it.
But that doesn't get me any closer to understanding what the Scott was saying. Sorry, Scott. I was trying because I really want to understand what you're saying, but the example you gave really did not resonate with me. Is that the right term?
What part?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Well, you gave the example of you being a father and Justin being a father, and that really did not. I'm asexual. It did not sit with me, so I didn't understand it. Sorry, that shouldn't have been.
Yeah, no, Borg. So it's not even us possibly growing up seeing different wavelengths. Like you could say that the retinas in the back of the eyes are seeing a different wavelength with which creates a different color. But we were raised to say, hey, look at that. Whatever you see right there is red. Let's just say that we're both seeing the same color. The issue still lies as in your experience of how red is that apple to you and how red is that apple to me. The redness of the apple, not the color of the apple per se, but the redness of the apple. We're both looking at an apple, and the only way that I can relate to your experience of how red you see that apple to be is only off of my first person subjective experience of how red the
Hmm.
apple is. Even though we have the same chemical reactions happening inside of our brain, we have not been able to find the mechanism which ties that to the qualitative experience.
Oh yeah.
So, at which point, I mean, there's nothing against you, Khalil, because I understand exactly what you're saying. But my question would be, at which point do we actually denote the redness of the apple? At which point is it not so subjective? Is it not a completely subjective point of view, the redness of the apple, or how red the apple actually is?
Well, unfortunately, because we're talking about experience, everything within the scientific method, every piece of evidence that any human being has ever conjured up in the history of forever is always based on experience. And if all our experiences are first person and subjective, and we don't know the mechanism which ties the chemical reactions, the third person objective occurrence that's happening in each of our brains, and know how to tie that to the first person experience, then how could we have assurance in the experiences of us observing things through the scientific method?
Okay, right. I understand what you're saying there, but following on from that, how could we even say that there was an objective view to it? Why can't we just be left with, well, we can't actually, quantize the subjective view?
Well, if we don't do that and we just state that we don't know if there's objective views, then all observations are left up to opinion. And I'm just not comfortable with coming to conclusions just based on opinionated observations.
And I would say, I'm following on from a lot of physicists here, and I've spoke to a lot of physicists on this subject. What is wrong with saying, I don't know? What is wrong with those words? I don't know.
There's nothing wrong with that. Within my argumentation, I don't ask atheists if they know. I ask them if it's reasonable to believe.
Okay, I can understand that. And I would still argue that it's not reasonable to say that God is the reason for all of this, or that God even comes into the explanation for all of this. I would still say that there is still a naturalistic explanation, even though I quite admittedly, I don't know what that explanation fully is. I would still say that God comes into that God does not come into the explanation.
Can I read? Yes. We're not even close to God yet. So can I read a quick quote for you guys? This is coming from an atheist philosopher by the name of Donald Hoffman. I'm sure Scott's heard of him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard of him myself as well. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, he says many sensations which are supposed to be qualities residing in external objects have no real existence save in us, said Galileo in the 17th century. They reside only in the consciousness. But is consciousness itself then other than and outside physical things? We have known for millennia that that it is in some way linked to the brain. Yet for all of the advances of science, no scientific worldview is able to accommodate it. How conscious states are generated by movement of brain tissue remains, in Thomas Huxley's analogy, just as the unaccountable as the genie should appear in the Aladdin rubs his lamp.
Right, and that's why I'm not a philosophical materialist myself, is I acknowledge the mystery, but it just, for some people, it gets them to God, this mystery.
I would differ in the sense that God. Yeah, you mentioned about the qualia, and the qualia, from my understanding, is the experience.
Yes, the qualia is the state of the phenomena of experiencing.
I'm one of those people in a subjective matter. Obviously, I believe everything is subjective. I would say that I don't understand what you've just said there, because everything to me is the subjective. There is no objective. I don't experience anything that could be outside of me.
Is 1 + 1 objectively 2?
From my knowledge, yes. 1 + 1 is objectively 2. Mm-hmm. If I take one apple and I add it to another apple, then it's going to be 2 apples. There's there's no difference to that.
So you know
Because
how you
one, the term one, the numerical term one, is just a subjective opinion of what a single thing would be.
Mhm.
And then all of maths is built up off of
That
the one.
abstraction. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, see, in this is what even Donald Hoffman is saying is, we can solve the easy problem of consciousness, but the hard problem of consciousness itself is what's problematic on trying to find the mechanism that ties that qualitative experience to the chemical reactions itself, which renders everything subjective. If
For
you
the stream, could we explain what the hard problem of consciousness, like you've explained, actually is? Could we explain that?
what the hard problem is?
Yes. What the hard problem of consciousness?
define it.
What is it?
So
Could you define that?
I've said it a couple times. Let me just try and make it clear. The
Mhm.
easy problem of consciousness is that things happen, causation occurs, sensory experience or sensory, a posteriori experiences, right? We feel things, or we see things, or we smell things, or taste things. That provides information that goes to the brain that causes certain chemicals to go down neural pathways and creates a thought.
Hmm.
That thought is not a physical thing. Like, I can't hand you a thought. I can hand you chemicals. I can grab a syringe, go in
Mhm.
somebody's brain, pull the chemicals out to where that thought was derived. But the mechanism by which linking how that thought came out of just matter in motion, and I don't mean that in a pejorative way to
Yeah.
just say matter in motion as in like, well, you're just you atheists are a whole bunch of monkeys. Not in that way, but if we are fermions and bosons bumping into each other in a materialistic world, how do we get the immaterial out of the material?
Can we
That's the
explain
hard
it
problem.
by adding an extra level to this problem? So within neuroscience, there's a respected observed fact which happens, which is that when we try to decipher, when we actually try to monitor the actual level of consciousness with the thoughts that are being thought at the time, that what we experience is actually a few milliseconds behind the thought that has actually happened.
Hmm.
So we think about something and then we actually remember it being thought after the action has actually been produced.
By 7 seconds. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yes, not 7 seconds, 0.7 seconds actually. Yeah.
I was about to say, wow.
Yeah.
So in
Yeah, we all live
neuroscience,
in the past.
everything that we do has happened before we've even thought about it. And if you think about that and you think about it logically and you think about it in a consistent manner, I mean, 0.7 seconds might not actually seem like a lot of, like a massive
But it's
amount
still
of time.
before. It's before though, so it's a memory.
There's any amount of memories that could have happened in that time. So you got to think about not only what we can actually measure, but what might not have been measured in that amount of time. The same way as theism says, well, we don't know, thus this must be the case.
So
Then
before Scott said that that the experiences itself, that the consciousness is like an emergent property of the brain.
Hmm.
That is an argument to state that the brain produces chemicals that react, that the thoughts emerge out of, or the consciousness, the mind, the will, all that emerges from the physical brain.
That's actually not true. The consciousness is not Well, it is. It's hard to understand, but the consciousness is not an emergent property of the brain in our time. The consciousness is an emergent property of the brain 0.7 seconds after.
They're ramping up.
Sure,
That's what I was saying about.
So regardless, and I'll get it.
Yeah,
I'll get into that in just a second. Taking the amount of time from the physical chemical reaction to the experience itself at this point it's fine. What I am saying is that
okay.
even with that 0.7 seconds, could I make an argument that's logically coherent to state that the consciousness itself is something that is separate from the brain itself, yet uses the brain as a tool to function in reality?
Well, you'd have to elaborate a little bit more on how I would be able to understand that, because you've given 0.7 seconds from the thought to the actual,
Mm-hmm.
To the actual verbal explanation of that, and a hell of a lot more than 0.7 seconds has passed. So I'd have to ask you for a little bit of an understanding on how I would be able to understand that.
Okay, so you have a consciousness which is immaterial. So are you saying from the minute that this flame touches my hand,
First of all,
seconds,
I'm not saying that the consciousness is immaterial. I fully believe that the consciousness itself is material. It exists within my brain. It's a emergent property of my brain. Thus, it is material.
Sorry to cut in, guys, but it's been a few hours, and my battery and my Bluetooth is starting to
okay,
let
yeah.
me know.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and sign out. You guys want to finish the conversation, it's great, but I got other stuff I got to take care
thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Usually we're not even this long. We're just going on and on. So
Usually we only go for an
we
hour.
thought it would be just an hour. That was the plan.
Okay.
But thanks for hanging out.
Yeah.
No
I'd
problem.
like to apologize for me being a little bit over exaggerative and a little bit pushy with you. So sorry for that, Alejandro.
No problem.
You
guys have a great week, okay?
Okay.
Take care, Katie. All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
You want to
Consciousness, man. Yeah.
Sorry about that, Khalil.
How do we get the consciousness?
That went out of hand a little bit, so sorry about that. But
You're good. You're good. Yeah.
Nothing against you, Khalil. I completely respect you, and please go on.
Yeah. No, not a problem. Not a problem. So I'm trying to understand, is this 0.7 seconds from the time that the flame hits my hand or is this from the time that the chemicals release inside of my brain?
This will be from the time, not from the time that the chemical that the flame hits your hand, because that would be an experience. It's from the time that the thought has actually produced in your brain. So I'm taking this from the evidence of neuroscientists who've actually measured the time of a thought to the time of the reaction that triggered the thought.
Okay.
I want to put it in
triggered,
chat
and they measured that to be, and 0.7 seconds. I don't know if that's true. That's something that Scott mentioned. I don't know the actual time. I just know that it preceded the thought
I'm sitting
the
here,
action triggered.
I'm trying to draw an analogy. And the analogy that I can draw that would work within a substance dualist worldview, such as myself, is have you ever seen like a movie where there's like a mob boss or like the grandfather or something, or the Godfather or something like that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So he's sitting in his big fancy chair right here, right? And he's just looking, at the guy that he's talking to. And there's somebody that's standing up with their, standing up like an usher at a church, at church, standing behind him. And then he leans forward and whispers something into the Godfather's ear. Godfather thinks about it for a second, says something back to him, and then the guy steps back. That took time for that to happen. So could the reactions be communicating with the consciousness recommunicating what it's going to do in reaction to, in effect, to the cause?
How would you differentiate that? And keeping in mind that in neuroscience we have differentiate between the subconscious and the conscious, which are two different parts of the brain.
I hear you.
How would you differentiate?
I can't.
The thought between the subconscious and between the conscious.
The only thing that I can do is once again go back to it's fine to not know, and that's why I don't ask knowledge questions.
Okay, so well, I completely agree with that.
If we can agree that there is a issue within our reality on trying to tie the qualia, the experience, to chemical reactions itself, if there is something called the hard problem of consciousness that both atheist and theist experts in the field alike agree with, if we can understand and agree that there is an issue, and I can provide a worldview or a solution to it, even though it works, that doesn't mean that it's true. But would it be reasonable and rational for me to hold that position until the scientific method catches up with this issue and can either confirm or deny my idea on what would solve the problem?
There's a few problems with me getting there.
Okay.
And even let's just propose that I did agree with the first premises that you put forward there.
Mm-hmm.
There would still be a problem with me concluding the conclusion that you came to. There would still be a massive problem with that, because
are you ontologically concluding it, or concluding it just for sake of Occam's razor?
I'm concluding it through the evidence. The evidence doesn't support what you've said. I mean, we can say for all we want that we don't know something, but the evidence does that we have doesn't conclude, nowhere near concludes what you're supporting.
So how would I not be able to use the same exact evidence that you would use for consciousness being an emergent property of the brain? How could I not use the exact same evidence? So, for example, if we were to hit somebody over the head with a sledgehammer, right? The brain would be damaged. If the consciousness is an emergent property of that brain, obviously the brain's damaged. The consciousness would seem to be damaged.
Other than consciousness.
Sorry, Scott. I would ask, what is your exact mapping of the damage to the brain in that scenario? You've just said, well, we can presume that there's damage to the brain, thus.
Well, what I'm doing is I'm drawing a conclusion on damage has been done to the brain. Therefore, the consciousness or whatever area that brain works, the hippocampus or the frontal lobe, whatever drives memory or creativity.
If you were a doctor giving this evidence to me, I would say, well, what damage has been done? Please explain what damage has actually been done here.
I'm not trying to capitalize on that. The point that I'm trying to make is that we can agree that if you hit somebody over the head with a sledgehammer, that either way, even from a materialistic view, you're going to say that that's going to damage the consciousness will not be the same.
Possibly, yes, of course.
I from a substance dualist position could use the exact same thing to state that not the consciousness itself is not damaged, but the tool by which the consciousness uses to interact with the temporal realm is damaged.
And that's where your and mine, worldview differs, because you're coming from a dualist point of view,
Mhm.
and I'm coming from a probabilistic point of view.
Absolutely.
And from the probabilistic point of view, I need exact figures. I need to know what is the probability that this is going to happen. That's what I need to know at this point. And you're just saying, well, from a dualistic point of view, if this happens and if this happens, then we can presume this happens. But you've given
Katie,
no numbers.
But Katie, how much data do we have that emergence happens in the world? How much data do we have on emergence?
Well,
A lot.
Yeah,
a lot.
I would say, yeah, a lot. I wouldn't be able to give an exact
is that
figure,
data?
but
That's
you're
now,
talking
how
in the
much,
80-90% range,
right?
Yeah.
But how much evidence do we have that things pop into existence uncaused?
Well, we have 0%.
Zero. Thank
Yeah.
you. So probabilistically, you have a point, because it seems like the data is more in your favor.
Yeah, and that's how I base all of my evidence off of. I base all of my conclusions off of the evidence that we have.
Wait
And
a second.
the evidence that we have is,
I think
there's
we
certain
category
evidence
error.
that we don't have, and I will not deny that there's evidence that we don't have, because
Right.
there's always going to be evidence that we don't have.
Scott, I want to clarify, because you said, what evidence do we have of things just popping uncaused into existence uncaused? I do not believe that happens. I do not believe that my substance dualist view has things popping into existence uncausedly.
Or how many things do we know that pop into existence that we don't know what the causes are? I know there's some.
Well,
but
here's the thing. This
the
gets
point-
back into the presupposition of causation itself. The
Right.
causation has never been observed.
Exactly. I know.
Correlations have been observed.
Well, that's
So
my point.
When it comes
That's my point.
to this right here, the materialistic view has the issue of the hard problem of consciousness.
That's my point.
I have
That's my
one
point.
question. I have
well,
one
that-
question. Wait,
Okay, go ahead.
sorry, Scott, but I have one question. What level of probability would you deem necessary for God to explain everything? For the probabilistic answer, the materialistic, the naturalistic, whatever you want to call it, but I call it the probabilistic. What level of evidence, percentage-wise, would you deem necessary to countermand the level of evidence that I need?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So I say that I have a 99% view. I have a 99% view that God doesn't exist. There's always that 1%, and if more evidence comes along, I will be more than willing to accept the more evidence that God exists. What level of percentage do you think, in probability wise, means that you could say, well, God exists and that I'm wrong?
Psychologically or philosophically?
Let's say a mixture of both right now.
I don't know how to do that. Philosophically, I would have to have 100% absolute certainty.
Okay.
Psychologically speaking, I would probably say what would convince me would be about 70-80%.
And in both of those terms, separately, what would you say your level is right now?
That God exists?
Yes.
90%.
On both. Psychologically and psychologically and
So
philosophically,
psychologically and
sorry.
philosophically, I'm 90% convinced that God exists, that the specific God of Islam exists.
I can
am
accept
100%
psychologically. Philosophically, could you provide some evidence to support that 90%?
Yes. So the evidence that
Okay.
I would bring to the table would be the argumentation that I have brought up before, the kalam, the contingency, the argument for intelligence. But I do not find, like when we had Alejandro on, I do not find that to be a fruitful conversation for us to currently have right now, because we both have different epistemic backgrounds that we're using as a fundamental basis to look at these arguments.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, maybe I'm overstepping my mark a little bit. We're still live, and this is Justin Shaw. So, Justin Shaw. This is Scott Shaw. So,
Khalil is just making the point that
you continue on, Scott.
No, someone's trying to call in.
Bring him on.
Sorry, I'm coming up here.
No, I'm good. So I guess we were talking about the hard problem. I guess we'll wrap up soon too. It's getting kind of late, but with the hard problem of consciousness, just from my view, I mean, it could be just as possible that, the firing of the neurons are the consciousness. Like, it's just two sides of the same coin. Like, there's the brain, there's the physical functions and processes of the brain, and then on the other side of the coin, there's the subjective experience, the qualia, if you will. So it's like I have a non-dualist kind of view as far as that, or I don't have that view. I would rather say I understand that view. On the other hand, it could also just as well be that the physical processes are just what consciousness looks like from a first-person perspective. That we're actually building that reality rather than experience it as it actually is, like Donald Hoffman says. It's an open question, and Donald Hoffman has a lot of data to support his position. He's got game of life theory, he's got evolutionary theory, he's got a lot of good evidence and data to back up his position. But so do the emergent brain, the emergent consciousness people. They made predictions. They said, hey, if you take this part of the brain out, you'll no longer see out of your right eye or something like that.
Sure, yeah.
And sure enough, those predictions have come true. But Donald Hoffman also explains that data within his own worldview, but vice versa. They also explain how people see the world.
How does that refute dualism?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Is it only refutes it in the same way that it's an equal parity, like it's something that we can.
Right now, both views, the emergent propertyist and the substance dualist, where the consciousness is using the brain as a tool, they're at a logical stalemate right now.
Right, and that's where I am. Like, I'm attracted. Go ahead.
Sorry. How would we differentiate between the two?
It's all within
the dualist, and you've got a materialist,
both
which are saying that both are the same. But how would we differentiate between the two arguments?
It's very hard to right now, because we have no clue on how to further investigate this.
That's why it's a stalemate.
That's why it ends up being a stalemate, because Scott and myself would use the exact same data to try and prove or show two completely different
worldviews. Right.
So it's at a stalemate. Okay, I will accept that it's at a stalemate. But why do we have to? What reasons can you give for why we have to go
take one over the other?
The positive argument over the negative argument.
Because the hard problem of consciousness resides in the materialist view, or the emergent view, is no longer a problem in the dualist view.
It's a supposed solution.
Now, I can't prove to you that the dualist view is
God
correct,
explains everything.
But if we have two separate views, and one of them seems to solve a problem while the other one retains the problem, I feel more comfortable without philosophical certainty to state that this other problem supposedly and apparently solves the issue that we currently have at hand. So I think it's more reasonable to believe in that because that gives me more leeway to describe the reality around me. And then once you do that and you can further describe reality, you can actually start grabbing real evidence. And you can be like, oh, wow, okay, so I really can substantiate this view. Right now, you're not convinced of the view, so you're not seeing the same thing that I am after I've taken that position and be like, okay, I can't prove it, but I feel as if it's reasonable. And then once I took that position and started diving into other possible issues within my reality and using that position as a fundamental basis, I can actually tie myself back into actual scientific data to show how other things work in congruency with the substance dualist view.
I will accept all of that, but at the same time, will you also accept that making a positive view that you have to back up with evidence what you are saying?
Yes, I would back it up with evidence, but the only thing that I can do is say that it works. That does not mean that it's true, but I can say that it works in comparison to the emergent view, which has a problem.
Well, let's not compare it to any other view. Let's compare it to the previous evidence. So, as in past evidences where this question has come up, has there ever been any other question which has resulted in the same answer?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
So, as we go back through the previous evidence, to the previous questions and the previous evidence that supports those questions throughout philosophy, has there ever been another question which has had the same level of evidence to support it, where materialism isn't the answer?
To where materialism isn't the answer.
Like the hard problem.
Solipsism. I mean, that's one. That's another one.
But solipsism, let's go to solipsism.
Okay.
So solipsism, you raised this to me before in a previous stream, is you accused me of being a solipsist. And my answer was, well, if I was a solipsist, it would make no difference to my answer because solipsism.
Yes. Why do you reject solipsism? I think that's the fundamental question. Why do you
my answer was I don't reject solipsism. It's just that if I accepted solipsism openly, it would make no difference to the way that I live my life.
If you
because solipsism cannot be proved true or false, and if what solipsism is true, then it make no difference to how I live, unless I just stab myself in the heart. Then it's not going to make no difference to how I live.
Sure, yeah. So what I'm saying is that, do you believe that other minds exist?
I have all the reason to believe that other minds exist. It doesn't mean that other minds exist. It just means that it does me no good.
Do you have any evidence to substantiate that claim, with the possibility that any observable evidence, any experience that you have, could be a figment of your imagination? If that's the case, would you not have to take the same position I do with substance dualism and state, well, I believe other minds exist, and taking the position that other minds exist would better help me explain other aspects of my reality, rather than saying that I'm just mentally masturbating, pretending that I'm on a stream with two other people.
And as I said at the time, if I was to take that position, then no evidence that I believe to exist could exist.
Exactly.
And that every evidence that I have doesn't exist. Thus, I must take the opposite position to everything that I hold as evidentially existing. But
Not
there is
because
no
you have
reason to
evidence.
believe that that all the evidence I have doesn't exist. There's no reason to believe that doesn't exist.
You
In
have
fact,
to,
it actually
you have
helps me to
suppose-
believe that it all does.
You have to suppose a specific position to regain to regain substantial evidence that you had before you questioned your own.
I
question
like the fact that
reality.
he used the word substantial. What substantial evidence can you give me that my view, my worldview, isn't correct? What substantial
Borg,
evidence can you
Borg,
give towards that?
Katie, and this is no disrespect, but how is that question that you just asked me any different from me saying, what evidence do you have that God does not exist?
I will tell you. Because there's a difference between a positive argument and a negative argument. The positive argument is that God exists. I believe God exists. And these are the reasons why I believe God exists. My argument is the opposite to that. I don't say I believe this exists. I say I don't believe this exists. And these are the reasons why I don't believe this exists. And a lot of my arguments, sorry, but a lot of my arguments, in difference to yours, are not absolute. A lot of my arguments are open-ended. They leave a lot to be answered. But that's a credit to my argument because I have the negative argument. I'm not positively saying something exists or something doesn't exist. I'm saying something maybe doesn't exist. All the evidence I have points to it doesn't exist. Thus, a lot of my evidence, a lot of my arguments are going to be open-ended.
Yeah, so,
whereas for a theist, and I'm not talking about you in Pacific, but obviously, but for a lot of theists, there's an absolute argument that's at play. And that doesn't leave for any questions.
Questioning, right.
That doesn't leave for any open-ended arguments. That is, well, this must be the case. There's nothing that can go against it. Which means that your argument is the one that can be questioned. My argument isn't the one that can be openly questioned.
Some people don't want to not know. People like certainty. You know, people want certainty.
So I think there was a bit of miscommunication on my part. So let me try and rephrase and reformulate what I was trying to say. I make a claim God exists. You say, why do you believe God exists? I say, because it best explains the reality which I live in. You say, how do you know that? I say, well, do you have any evidence on how it couldn't be true? In the same sense that you would make an argument that other minds exist, I asked you, why do you believe that? You say, because it best explains the reality I live in. I say, what evidence do you have of that? And then you reply with, what evidence do you have that it isn't true?
No, not in the same sense at all. Because, I mean, we don't have to put forward why we don't believe God exists, because we don't have. We don't have those answers.
About God existing. I'm asking you to substantiate why you believe other minds exist, not God.
I believe other minds exist, and I've said this to you in the last argument that I made, and maybe I made myself a little bit misunderstood. I don't actually believe that other minds exist. I don't know that you exist. I don't know that Scott exists. But for my own existence, for my own sanity, it wouldn't make sense for me to believe that you don't exist. Otherwise, I'd be beating myself up every day, and it'd be pointless for my own existence.
So you live your
For my
life
own
as if.
well-being. And
So you-
I have mentioned this to Alejandro tonight. Well-being is the foremost thing for my worldview. And the first part of that is other people's well-being. So other people's well-being, I will do whatever it takes to mean that other people exist and that other people survive. Now, the existence part of that is meaningless. As long as they survive, they don't need to survive. They don't need to exist.
Mm-hmm.
But for my own well-being, I need them to exist. And that falls into the solipsism argument. For me to believe that absolutely everybody doesn't exist but me, that's a bullshit argument, because even if it was true, what's that going to do for me? As part of my needs, as part of my well-being as a person, I need other people to exist. So it would be against my own nature to believe that other people don't exist.
But
And let's
aren't you
shut the
just
show
saying
down
that
right
it
here.
explains my reality.
I say we shut the show right down right now, where it's perfectly looks like Katie told you, man, and you'd had nothing to say. So let's
Go
shut it.
for it.
I'm just
I'm
kidding.
totally
I'm just playing.
If you want to shut it down right now,
I'm not
go
here,
ahead.
I'm not here to win
No.
a debate. I'm here to
No.
bounce ideas off of other people's heads that don't agree with me. I don't
Yeah.
give a shit about winning a debate or getting a guy.
I know you don't. But I'm just
Yeah.
making a stupid
And
joke.
I don't care about winning a debate against you or anyone else, Justin.
I
I just like to put my own points of view forward, as I've already said. I mean, I respect the fact that you've gone to Islam. I respect that fact. There's a lot of people who've said to me that they don't respect the fact that you've gone from atheism to Islam. I don't agree with them, because at least you're doing what means
You're
the
genuine.
truth to you.
That's right. And I know that about you. You know, that much I can say. I'm pretty certain that's the kind of person you are.
Yeah.
You're a sincere, genuine person. And
Is
that's
that philosophically or
counts for me.
psychologically?
I mean, I might not understand why you turned from atheism to Islam. I ask myself that question every day, because you were, and you still are. You were a beacon for me in my YouTube journey.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't understand why you did it, but I know that you did it. So there must be a reason there that I'm not grasping.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I respect the decision that you've made.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it wasn't something, that's arbitrary. It wasn't a personal experience. It wasn't anything like that. So I feel as I have it in my mind that if I learn and hone these arguments that were given to me and took me 8 months to realize, or 8 months to wrap my head around and understand in a completely different way, that I look at the other theists that are talking to you guys and interacting with atheists, and I see nothing happening. I see the same shit happening, the same debates, the same everything.
Mm-hmm.
I changed my view not by a Mormon missionary showing up at my front door.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it wasn't like that. It was a new. It was a what is that? So a whole new world. When I started receiving argumentation from the Muslims, it was totally different. So I'm trying to take what I got from them, because they were born Muslim. I was an
Yeah.
atheist, so I understand the atheists better than they do. So if I can
Well-
understand their arguments, I can take their arguments and put some atheist twang on it and then present it to my atheist friends and see how that works. Now, it may not work at all. I mean,
maybe
I've gotten
with-
one. I've gotten one already, but
maybe with me and maybe with me and Scott, it's a little bit different because I've been doing a lot of research into Islam and Jehovah's Witnesses and going right back to the conception of both religions. There's
If I
a
didn't,
lot of there's a lot of marriage between the two.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities.
Yeah, exactly.
a
Sorry,
way.
that's the term
That's-
to use.
between
Similarities. There's
Mormonism.
Like
a lot
Like
of comparison
if
between Jehovah's
Justin,
Witnesses and
Yeah.
Islam.
Khalil, if I showed up
we
at
have
your
a-
door years ago,
What?
I'd have converted you.
But
If I'd have showed up at your door,
I'd have got there first, Scott.
I would have got you. I would have got him 100%. I'd have had him 100%.
I was the pioneer. I was the ministerial
Yeah,
servant.
but
I'd have got
knew,
there
I knew the
first.
kind of people that you could flip. I knew the type.
You might be right. I don't know.
No,
I was
but
definitely one of them.
either way, Khalil, both I think I speak for Scott here as well. Both me and Scott, we respect you massively, and
Yeah, we do.
although what everyone in the community may be saying about you and what we might have heard about you, we respect your decision. We respect the path that you've taken, and you know we may not agree with the decision you've taken, but it's your decision. It's not ours. It's yours.
And I think at first it was a big shock to a lot of people, and they were psychoanalyzing the situation. But I'm 4 months into it now, and there's still a long journey ahead of me. But I think the same values that I held, the humanistic values, and this is important for you, Katie. This is extremely important. The LGBTQ, the respect for that community still, like that stuff was, I think, psychoanalyzed to be a lost cause with me after I converted. Something that I was going to just give up. I read the Quran, I read the Hadith, I see, nope, throw that out the window, throw Black Lives Matter out the window, throw all these humanistic things, and it's all about pleasing Allah because divine command theory.
Yeah.
And that's not, I can find a way to please my God, and I actually don't believe that my God would want me to treat people like yourself and the rest of the community, even just the atheist community, the way that you guys are treated by some Muslims, some theists. But I'm going to speak specifically for Muslims.
Okay.
Cutting off the heads of people because they're gay, I outright on this live stream condone. Not condone. No, wrong. Don't clip that out. I'm completely against it.
Freudian slip.
Yeah, right. There's a C word. There was a C word that I was trying to use, and it wasn't condone.
Yeah. You
I
don't
can't remember
condone
what
it.
it is
Yeah.
right there. I don't. That is in Islam. It's called haram. It is not prohibited at all. I don't condone that whatsoever. I believe that yes, Allah says that there's some things that are a sin.
Yeah.
Do I need to proselytize that sin and shove it down your throat? No, nowhere says that I need to do that. Does it state that people are born specific ways? Adam was born the way that he was, God knowing that he was going to eat the fruit. Did he had a conversation with God, asking God, are you going to be merciful because you created me to be the way that I am? And God says, yes, I will show mercy. So I believe that people who are born specific ways. I was born heterosexual. I was also born to like to drink and do drugs. Those are temptations that I fight. Those are temptations that I want to do on a daily basis, but I don't. I love bacon. Okay, I can't eat bacon anymore. That's a temptation. I don't understand why the theist community has to isolate LGBTQ over here and point their finger at it and act as if it doesn't say in the Bible that the wages of sin are death. All sin is equal. So why are you doing that while you're going to the casino later Sunday night after church? You're going placing bets. You're doing sins that you on Sunday while you're in church are saying that are equal to killing somebody. But after the fact, you're shoving your religion down other people's throat because they're doing things that you think are sinful while you're being sinful yourself. I think there's a parable somewhere in the Bible that states that take the log out of your eye before you try and pluck the toothpick out of somebody else's.
Yeah.
That's what we need to do. I don't need to be telling you, Katie, what my religion says about your lifestyle. Are you happy? If you're happy with your lifestyle, I'm happy. My religion doesn't tell me that you're going to hell because you live the way that you do, because the type of person that you are. My religion tells me that if you were born this way, which I would agree that you are, and I think that you say that you were born the way that you are, then you're going to be hanging out with me in heaven, because I know you're a good person. In Islam, we're judged by our deeds, not by adhering to a representative. I don't have to take Jesus Christ as my savior. I say, hey, I fucked up. I spent 1,000 years in hell. Cool. After I'm done with my 1,000 years, I'm going to go chill with the boys.
And I completely respect your point of view on that. And although I think the part about me being in heaven with you, I'll be some faceless avatar that doesn't interact with you in a real way or anything. But either way, I respect your point of view, and I would like to talk with you further about, because I mean, I might not have told you this in the past, but I've spoke with a lot of Muslims, and I've spoke a lot on the Islamic faith. As part of when I was part of Jehovah's Witnesses, I was actually part of the foreign language program, and I've spoke with a lot of native Muslims about their beliefs and, well, their former beliefs, because they didn't believe about them at the time, and a lot of what you say doesn't marry up with what they said. So I would like to talk with you further about the belief system itself and the fundamentals of it all, and how you formulated your point of view. Because
interesting.
In my knowledge, it's not marrying up correctly. That doesn't mean to say what you're saying is untrue. It's just I've got a different set of information, and I would like to remedy that. So I would definitely like to speak with you further on it. But as I said, I value what you said. That means a lot. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, I'm going to get ready to jet, guys. We've been here for quite a few hours. 4 hours now, man. Whoa.
Oh dear, man.
That was a special. that was a special episode, man.
This one was got 6 viewers.
Yeah, with 6 viewers.
I came in here wanting to set Alejandro straight. I'm like, nah. Like Scott and Borg, nah. My peeps. So I got to go in there and help them out.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Khalil. Sorry.
He was a handful.
I'll be honest with you, because I'm supposed to be honest within my faith. I think that as a person, I want to be honest, but that's a double whammy. So I'm going to be double honest. I was coming in here with Alejandro to get some clips for you guys of the deer in the headlights look.
Oh,
I think we got
Oh, dear.
Yeah, we got a few of those. Yeah. Well, you know, that's the thing. The show is never supposed to be about that. It's like it's not even
Yeah.
supposed to be about debating or gotcha
no,
questions.
but when
or,
somebody comes in and disrespects you guys like that,
yeah,
I mean, what do you expect?
yeah. I don't know.
He
I
had some crazy ass
arguments.
ideas.
But I already warned Katie before. I said I'm going to have this guy named Alejandro on there, and he's one of the most, he's got a very interesting epistemology, put it that way. And
you
so
did
I loved
warn
it
me
that he
about
wanted to
it,
come.
and you didn't give me any evidence about it, Scott.
Well, we
so
disagree and
I
we
just
debate.
went along with, well, there's
Yeah.
no evidence for it. Thus, he must be all right. And then he came in and
I mean, the thing about the channel is you can let people make these arguments, and some Christians will hear Alejandro and be like, "Yeah, he's fucking right. He's got these atheists over a barrel on this."
Yeah.
And for atheists, they'll say, "Look at this guy. This is what these are the best theist arguments we have," and they'll form their point of view. Maybe some people would decide they're going to pick what they lean towards more, which might be in his favor and our favor, but it doesn't matter. We're putting it out there. We're letting it speak for itself. We don't have to get emotionally involved in it.
I actually had a question lined up for him, and I really wish he hadn't left because I really wanted to ask him the question because it was taking multiple points that he made over the course of the conversation and put them into the one question. And the question was, multiple of times you've mentioned you do not believe certain hypothetical scenarios to be possible. Thus, you disagree with them. You also talked about the atheist worldview, and as you yourself described, the atheist paradigm. You also mentioned your starting point for theism is the belief in God itself, and that there's no evidence that could be presented to you that would disprove that point.
Or even lower his certainty.
Please explain then your thinking about why the atheist worldview, as you put it yourself, is false. Given that the atheist worldview, as you put it, is simply, I don't see how this thing called God is possible given the evidence that we have. And I can explain all of your reasons for God with naturalism, materialism, and secular humanism. Thus, I disagree with your assessment.
Yeah, well.
Now, I don't know if that was a good question to ask him, but that's the question I had lined up for him.
Yeah.
I don't know if you would have understood that.
No, he wouldn't have understood that.
It was a long-ended argument. A long-ended question, yes. But
and it was almost like a statement within a question,
Yeah.
And so kind of rhetorical.
But
usually
as the chat pointed out tonight, the reason I wanted to ask that to him before he left was because the chat kept pointing out and can't remember the proper way to say this name, but tighten your head.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that too.
Over and over again.
Mhm.
That is a very dishonest bloke, is the guest we had tonight.
Yeah.
He's very dishonest. He keeps switching and
I know
the arguments of the opposite.
I told you he
over
was
and over again.
Yeah, he was like that.
I call that Crisco King. Happens a lot, especially in the chat. James Gibson, we call him Crisco King. Have you ever heard, Scott? I don't know. I might have asked you this earlier. Have you ever heard of John Lee?
John Lee? No, I don't think so.
He's a Christian on Facebook, in Facebook groups that just goes after atheists all the time. He's pretty well known.
Oh, really?
I can't believe you've never heard of him. I guarantee you that this guy is in some of the Facebook groups that you're in. It
Yeah,
would surprise me if he wouldn't be.
he
on the
wasn't. Yeah,
fence.
that's interesting. I don't remember a John Lee.
I'm debating him tomorrow night at 9:00 Eastern time. Remember how I told you guys that I was studying Christology?
Yeah,
I'm studying Christology like I'm studying epistemology.
yeah.
So I haven't formulated it, but I've learnt arguments that are airtight for the Trinity and the Incarnation. And tomorrow night, I'm going to show that John's model of the atonement of Jesus Christ is incoherent. These
Right.
are arguments that atheists can use with Christians. So
Right. I'm there, man.
It would behoove the atheists who want to learn these arguments to at least watch either my videos, Jake's videos, or the debates themselves. Or if other channels like this one want to have an episode to where I will share my screen and go through the arguments, break it down for any given atheist to understand, I promise you these are airtight.
Interesting, man.
Never failed.
I'm gonna check it out. What time tomorrow?
9 o'clock
Okay.
PM. Now,
Cool.
this is the first time I'm presenting an argument for the atonement. That's not quite as rounded as the Incarnation and the Trinity. But this is going to be my first attempt. I'm going to see how it works.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. Well, anyone who wants to tune into that, please tune into the EA show on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out, man. That's good because I talk to a few people and we get into the Trinity all the time. It started to seem like, and because I do these internal critiques, sometimes they'll ask you, well, yeah, but can you show me from within my worldview where I'm wrong? And then you can come up with the Trinity, and show how illogical it is. But then there's a lot of interesting little arguments they try to come up with about personhood and about, just all kinds of strange arguments.
What you have to do in conversation, you have
to paraconsistent logic. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. What you have to do is get them to answer questions genuinely before they even know what subject you're talking about.
Yeah.
For example, the Incarnation. What are the sufficient and necessary conditions by which you call something a human person? If you just ask that question off the onset, they will probably say most of the time a human body and a human soul. They don't say that. You can ask them that. They will agree with you.
Right.
Human body and a human soul. As a Christian, should you refrain from holding one either heretical and or incoherent views on the key tenets of Christianity? Well, who's going to say no to that?
Right.
So if you do that, then you say, okay, was Jesus a divine person in eternity past? Okay, he was. John 1, the Word was God, the Word was with God, the Word became flesh. According to the ecumenical councils, that would be orthodox and not heresy, like you said you shouldn't be. It states that Jesus, the Son, took on a human body and a human soul. Now, you said there was a divine person in eternity past that took on the sufficient and necessary conditions by which you said would make a human person. It seems like we have a divine person and a human person. Do you think that the Son was two persons? Well, no, the Son was one person. How do you get there? You have to give one of those two persons up. Do you believe that Jesus was fully God and fully man incarnate like the Orthodoxy Church believes?
Right.
Well, yes. Well, that means that it's two persons. How do you get by that?
Yeah.
I don't agree with the supernatural explanation in either the Christian or the Islamic point of view, but I do agree that there's has to be one of it has to be some explanation.
Well, it has to make sense, and
yeah,
one thing
thank you, Scott. It has to make sense in some way. And obviously the way in which it makes sense could be different to different people. So the way that I make it make sense may be different to the way that you make it make sense, Scott, or the way that you make it make sense, Justin.
Yes. So what I typically do is I say I'm going to adhere to the laws of logic with every claim, right? If it's logically impossible, it gets balled up and thrown in the trash can. Now, it's okay to appeal to mystery. Like, why can't I eat pork? I don't fucking know. I'm told that I'm not supposed to. Do I know the actual reason why in the 21st century I'm not to eat pork? I have no damn clue.
Well, I eat it every day, but I like to eat it once a month.
Contradiction there. There's no contradiction. Now, if a problem was brought to you, like the logical problem of the Trinity or the logical problem of the Incarnation, and then after that, after you've been spouting, I believe it, there's no problem, everything's fine, and then I point out an apparent contradiction for you to resolve. If you have not resolved it, you appealing to emotion is simply copping out of the situation.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one of the more popular arguments that I use all the time when we get into that conversation. That's why I bring it up, because I like to go to that very argument. You know, go figure out how they are they good with logic. You know, we have this. You have a really good, ground laying foundation for the conversation. You know, and come to at least have something to move forward with. You know, and sometimes it's hard to do that. Like with Alejandro tonight. Remember, I was trying to do that, Katie, and it was like
whatever you were trying to do with Alejandro.
It's like we were trying to just get something like
failed, and
you're telling me that you believe this, therefore you shouldn't have a problem with that, right? No, he's got a problem with it. It's like, but why didn't you tell us? You know, what is your foundation for that?
There was a couple parts, and there was one where Katie started to speak, and I didn't say anything, but Katie, you said something and caught him off guard, and he sat there and then he said, okay, and then he started to move to a different subject
about the probability
point, and I wanted to be like, stop. Katie, ask him for clarification, are you conceding to the point that I just made? Because if you don't do that later in the conversation, if something comes up to where you have to refer back to that point, you will have the ability to say, you conceded and told me I was right.
See, I didn't see that.
I was sitting there
up until that point.
I was thinking that too, because I did see. You know what you were talking about,
thinking
Katie.
About Scott's.
You were talking about probability.
Thinking about how he wants to take the show, and he wants to take it quite calmly. And
it was down the
Anthony Magnabosco level of street epistemology, and obviously, well, we both know, Scott, I don't come from the Anthony Magnabosco level of epistemology. I come from the Aaron Ra level of epistemology.
Yeah, we kind of see that.
Screw you, you don't believe what I believe. Fuck you.
Maybe this show isn't a good fit for you.
No, see, I think you guys both have a good epistemology. I think it's just spelled different. Yeah, Katie's is spelled EPISSED, homology.
Pissed. Yeah, he's pissed. He's pissed.
I'm always pissed, you know me.
He was just so pissed off when especially some of the things he would say. He called you a boy, and
that doesn't usually piss me off, but when he did it that one time there, I don't know what it was, but something just really rubbed me up the wrong way. I was like, you know what? For the first time in my life, I'm gonna do what my therapist says and go, "Oi, You called me a fuck. You misgendering me, you little fuck.
Hey,
Don't
guys,
do that again.
My headphones are about to die. Are you,
Oh,
are you
okay,
guys
man.
about to end the stream real quick?
Hey, thanks for jumping
Okay.
on. Thanks for jumping
Absolutely.
on, man. Had
Oh
fun.
shit, we're still live. Fuck.
Yeah,
we're still
we gotta
live?
shut it
I said
down.
fuck so many times.
Yep. That's funny.
Well, thank you very much for coming
Yep.
on there, Khalil. And we
Thanks for having me.
both wish you the very best. So,
We'll do this again, of course.
Absolutely.
We've got
Always
many
have me
many
on.
shows to jump in on. I'm always watching your stuff when I have a chance, and you'll see me backstage sometimes.
Yep.
But
yep.
usually it's a timing thing. I'm always getting on when it's over, just about. So
Hey, I miss the atheists in the Facebook chats. The
yeah.
atheists have all gone away.
Oh
I'd like to see
man.
you guys in there. I'm sitting there in a room with 7 Christians, so
I'll have to chime in here and there, man. I'm still part of it. I just need to jump in.
Well, I was never
Help
there
out.
when you were atheists, so
yeah.
Exactly.
I promise I'll try and tune in now, you theist, but
Yeah, Mo's scaring everybody off, but it's all good. But yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Have a good one. Talk to you
See you
soon.
later.
best to you. Catch you later.
See you later.
Do you want to end the show out? We've
Yeah,
still got
we
4
might as
viewers
well.
if you want to end the show out, Scott.
That's fine. We can do that. It's been a while. Man, that was a great this was really great though. It's nice talking to Khalil. But yeah, we can cut on out. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Until next time. Peace.
Before you go, I think we should mention our top viewer who stayed with us throughout the whole stream
Oh,
and didn't
yes.
make it till the end of the stream last time. Titan Uranus.
All right.
Thank you very much, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot for support.
Peace and out.
Peace and out of here.